Hello, my loves. My mic is quiet. Ooh. Hello, Rhino. I don't know if my mic is all the way. Huh? Why is my mic quiet? Hello. Hello, everybody. This one. This one. There we go. Hello. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. As we get on into it. Just making sure I've checked all my emails and stuff for today. Okie dokie. I got a new Minecraft skin today. A new Minecraft skin. You guys look at my new Minecraft skin. It's so cute. I love it so much. It's so cute. I got to have this was made by the person that did these. I have taken it as time to lower my volume. Yes, I apologize. Yes. Low. Always keep your volume low, and I will keep my volume high. You know. I realize there's like this line right here. I don't know what that's for. But that's besides the point. But yes, I love it so much. It is so very cute. I like it a lot. Oh, it's for the strap. I'm silly. But yeah, I love it. But we might play more Hightail today. But that is for later. Hello, Adoya. Hello. What are you doing up so late? But I have some things to do on here. And then we will get into the video editing for today. And there's also some other stuff I have to do today as well for work. For work, I must do some social posting. I need a different picture. What? Yeah, because this would be the 19th. I didn't. Okay, see, because of today's importance to me, understandable. Well, I'll be here all day long. So I got you, Pookie. I got ya. I like this one. I don't do this one with yesterday's. Pom, pom, pom. Of course. I'm happy to be here with all my friends. I need that Hightail logo. Hightail logo. Where'd that go? That went somewhere far away. There we go. Good lord, class was long. Is it because you don't like the class, or is it just because it was long? Was it like one of damn studio classes? It'd take a while. And so yesterday, we also recorded scripts. Oh my god, the night I had last night, good lord. So I get off. I get off of stream last night, right? And I go to lay down because I'm not ooh, you should send it to me when it's done. I'm excited. That's epic. I get off stream, I go to lay down because I'm not feeling super poggers. We were supposed to talk in groups, so the professor just kept butting in, like, Jesus, just start up a Jesus, that's fair. Maybe he's like, oh, I want to talk to the students. But I go to lay down, and then Pixel's like, I'm gonna heat up leftovers. This boy, he cuts his finger kind of bad. And we end up having to go to the ER. Didn't get any stitches, but he did have to get it glued to stop, like, any possible, like, infection stuff. So there was that. And so I stayed up much later than I was hoping to. Oh, that's no, yeah, it was very nervous. Like he's cut his finger before, but it's never been like that. It's never been like because it was like half an inch deep. So the doctor was like, "Yep, we gotta seal it up with medical glue." And that was all sealed up and he's okay now. But good lord. So I might not be 100%. Oh, he'll leave a cool scar. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Hopefully it'll be all okay. I think it'll be good because he's pretty aware about like injuries and keeping them clean and stuff. So hopefully he'll be okay. But if I start fading fast today, just as a heads up, just letting you guys know that I might not be 100% because I definitely could have used more sleep today. But that's okay. Who knows? Maybe Hytale will be our cure or Minecraft. Probably Hytale though. All right, there we go. Highlights. But yeah, it was an eventful evening, and we were on the Oregon healthcare stuff. We didn't know what ER would take our insurance, so that was a bit of a oh shit, we should know this, but it's okay. We are good now. We are good now. So I need to message someone. I have your APG for a thumbnail. Are you from Oregon? I am. I am from the Oregon. The Oreganos. Is that an insurance company? Both. Mother, I crave violence. What kind of violence, my child? Kind of violence. Well, greetings from up north. Hello from up north. How's the weather up there, Flame? Oh my goodness. My nose is all sniffly, even though I've done nothing. Greetings. He's cold, understandable. Today's not too bad. It's a little cloudy, but it's okay. So I'm happy about that. I'm like totally forgetting. I guess I could do the posting on this computer. I don't have to do it on the other computer. Actually, I have to close group. I have to maintain the Reddit. Hello, Cadeb. Welcome back in. Same, not the Washington, the up north, and cold part. Yeah, it's cold. 2026. Hello. From the void. Well, I guess how cold it'll be this weekend. -3. I don't know if it gets that cold. Blow my nose. My nose got suddenly very clogged. I don't want to be sick. I hope I'm not sick. I hope I'm just mildly sick. Okay, let me blow my nose. I'll blow my nose. -12. It gets -12. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. It's hello from the void. It very much gets that cold. Jesus. Jesus. Here. Hello from the void. Elaine here. From the enshrined team. Marketing last. To give our Reddit some an update on what's going on in the studio. It very much gets colder than that. We are warmer. You're warmer. What do you mean you're warmer? It's negative. It's gonna be -12. What do you mean? You can't say warmer and -12 in close proximity to each other. Hang on, in the Studio. Marketing lesson. What I give already is some TLC and I gotta look at our Kickstarter updates. I just mention. Ugh. It's 8 Fahrenheit in market and it's only 12. Jeez, it's cold. What temperature is it here? What temperature is it here? It is 47 degrees here. It's not too bad. With 12, I'd be fucking, my ass cheeks would freeze and fall off my body like ice cubes. Feels like 1. No! No, that's too cold. Move, Vexed, move. It's too cold. Updates. Layers are required. This is fair. I need to read, I think, the latest one, I think. I think I can read it if I log in over here. Good headway into building out the world of a shine. I wanted to share behind I start warming up. Yeah, you go do that, girl. You go do that. You need to be warm. I don't know, man. Here, 47 ain't that bad. Because, like, you can bundle up. Anything below 64 and I'm just frozen. I think it depends on also, like, humidity as well. Because, like, don't get me wrong. I've got a sweater on and I have a heated blanket. It's not like I'm not bundled up, you know? But to be fair, I would much rather take 47 is t-shirt. 37 is not. It's a t-shirt for pixels, but for me, I'm like, I at least need like a hoodie. I just need like a hoodie and some pants. This is little to do. Help us with. Thank you for the head pat, Rainer. And some of the groundwork. We're laying for the island. Been working. At creating. Consistency and polishing the overall vibe of our world enshrined with we brain freeze. Did you drink something cold? I have a smoothie and I have to be careful not to drink it too fast or I too will have a brain freeze. With building work for many of our location creatures and adventures. Oh, it's just that cold? What do you mean it's just that cold? You can get a brain freeze. Stick your thumb in your mouth. I'll get brain freeze. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, I should probably get some rest or try at least have fun. No problem. We'll be here. Feel free to chime in if you need a buddy to talk to. Have good rest. Two. Updates. Let's feedback live to check out our Discord. Here to join. And then update. Here are some sketches. Creatures to come. We've been burrowing up. In case you were wondering, I have so far seen one crop top and one pair of shorts. What do you mean? That's too cold. You're making me cold. I do not have that much exposed on my body because I am cold. But my boobas are primed and you're making them cold, Vexed. Okay, I dipped into a 7-Eleven to warm up. Get yourself like a hot cocoa or something. Should get yourself a hot cocoa. Boop, 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 boop. Game director for Reddit. Or I could get a Slurpee. Or you could get a double brain freeze and die. Don't. He'll be so cold. He'll be so cold. Make me cold. It's not that far till I'm home. Fine. I guess. You deserve a little treat. You deserve a little treat, so I guess so. 5 nights at Elaine's? What the fuck? Oh! or. My body is cold, and I have to wait till I get the approval on the thing that I wrote to switch. I was gonna make new thingies. I was gonna make new stream deck icons. Be okay. Here, as a visual update, here are some early whip sketches. Early whip. Yep, yep. I am Elaney. I'm Elaney. I'm trying to think of like Freddy Fazbear, but with Elaine. Wait, they opened up a new smoothie place on campus. I'm going there. Yes, so that would be even closer. Bro, is it weird if I talk about my boobies? Cause they're fucking cold, man. I know they're like, I got a nice like sports bra, so that way I could just wear it. It's like an everyday thing, so that way my back wouldn't feel like it's dying. And it's nice and all, but also my boobies are cold. Boobies. She got the It's not the tips, man. It's just it's not the tip. It's just like the top of them. It's not the nips. It's the top. Every time I hear frosty tips, though, I think of uh Guy Fieri and the frosted tip hairstyle. Like, Dusty, girl, what you? I don't know, man. I don't wanna. I just don't wanna be like. Okay, I'll be real. Here's a story. Um. Uh. Why does Headwind Studios not have an icon? What? Anywho, I'll think about that later. Um. Listen, sometimes you open a door, and sometimes you realize that might not be a door that you want to open, you know? Like, the other day, like, I make this meme sometimes, only with pixels, though, only with pixels, where, well, they'll be like, I can't sleep, and I'll be like, jork it, and then go bed, because jorking it help you go sleep, make you tired, and help go sleep. And the other day, when Swallow was in here, and they were like, I cannot sleep, I can't sleep. It's not happening. I really wanted to be like, just jork it and then you'll be able to go to bed. But then I'm opening a door for a conversation that I'm afraid to have. Jork it. Exactly. It works like that. And like that's kind of honestly, why is the holiday items on? I keep forgetting to turn that off. But like it work like that, and I just feel like that's just my natural response to things when people are like, "Oh, I'm tired." And my brain wants to go, "Oh, just jork it and you can go sleep." But that's opening a conversation that I don't know if I want to have with people. You know? Like I'm scared. I'm scared of the conversations that I am opening the door to. It's a door you may or may not want. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I may want to lock that door. Maybe I don't want that door to have been opened at all. And then but because I said it, it's like, well, now we're here and now I have to face it. I can't not talk to you guys cuz I like talking to you guys. But at the same time, I'm like the door's open. The door's open. But yeah, that's just where my brain goes with that. That's why I'm like, hello, Chubby. That's why I'm like, I don't know. I don't know, maybe. I don't know, baby. Oh, come on in, Chappy. I mean, I won't try to discuss it. Thank you. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll grab a BLT on the way home. Yes, grab a BLT on the way home. Or if you don't push it, yeah, okay. I just want that to be like a risk. Like if that's how it do be. Cause like sometimes I think jorking it memes are very funny, but then I'm like afraid that it's like just because I make jorking it memes, everybody's gonna be like hee jork.
Mom, why is Vex grabbing me?
Because they want a little bite. Cause you're a yummy little goober, and they need a little snack. You're a little snack, BLT. You're just a yummy little snack. Kidnap? No, stop. I like the kidnapping. I like the cat face after saying kidnapping. I think that makes it funnier. Make this a multiply, and now we have a wood grain that I might modify a little bit because I feel like it's a little too. There you go. Your person, people jerk it. That's fine. Thank you. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Well, that opens a lot of conversation topics, I think, for me. Though a lot of them are just like in the moment, to be fair, so don't worry, I'm not gonna go off the handle about it. But now it will definitely be a conversation to be had. And I am interested in certain people's reaction to it. I'm so sleepy. Today feels like such a sleepy day. I won't go into detail until you do. This is your show. Fair. Okay, thank you. and then we all just jork it in different exactly. So, but this means we have the unconsented I don't think I took my meds yesterday. I just went to open my pill case. I don't think I took my meds yesterday. This explains so much. Ooh, you do you, I'll do me, and we won't do each other probably. That's a good quote. But yeah. Oh, but this means we have this unspoken rule here that if someone overshares those details without permission, we castrate them. Okay? Okay. Flame, Vex, I'm giving you specific permission that if someone does something bad, you get castrated. Or. What you doing, kitty? What you doing, kitty? What are you doing, kitty? Cat's being a goober. Alright, we should start oversharing our own stuff and make them. But what if that's what they want? What if they want, like, us to tell them, you know? But I feel like it go either or. So yeah, we'll read the room and we'll see. It'll be either or. True. This is an arm race. We are not. We might. Man, the cold feels so good for like 2. Yeah, it feels good until it gets to your bones, is what I say. But okay, yeah, we'll read the room and then we'll decide. I like this. Set from file. Is that this one? I can't even. I don't know if I can tell. I can tell. Actually, I kind of like that. I'm fine with fighting it, but this is about you. Yeah, it just depends. That's why, I'll read the room and then I'll give the alert. I'll be like, "Oh, so that's what you want." Like, so my favorite whenever someone starts oversharing with things like that, I then ask them how they would do it with a banana. Like, would they jork it with a banana? And most times when I do that, people get pretty uncomfortable and then they stop. You know what it is? It's specifically about the banana. It stays off my bones because I'm a big back bitch with 2 hoodies on, but it's still hard on my ears and face. That's fair. That those are the things to go though. Your extra ligaments, those are the things to get frostbitten first. So that makes sense. See, I'm right-handed, but isn't that a technique though? Isn't that like a thing though? Isn't that like a thing though? I feel like that's a thing, isn't it? Well, yes, it's use your own palm. No, there's actually a methodology with the banana. Okay. Is it a thing? I think there is. What is it called when you use your wait, what is it called when you like pain? When you talk to yourself, when you can't sleep, when you can't feel pain. Fall asleep, get goosebumps from music. Okay. Okay. When you jerk off with your non-dominant hand. Ambidextrous. No, it's a thing. No. What I'm thinking about is like, what is it called when you make your hand numb and then jerk off? What's it called? Is it called The Stranger? I thought it was called something else. But I thought that was The Stranger because you're using your non-dominant hand. But The Stranger's where you sit on your hand. Oh, okay. We're all getting educated. Every Tuesday I just, gotta educate yourself. We gotta stay educated, chat. If we're not educated, we're the same as animals, So it's important that we stay educated at all at all times. Otherwise, we're just going back to the Stone Ages. Icon monitor off. My hands are so cold right now. I think the only thing I don't like about winter really is that my hands get cold. Monitor on. I have to use the restroom. I'm gonna go use the restroom really quick. So Vex, stay warm. Flame, stay jorked. I will be right back. It's a paw job. What is this? What is this genre that I don't know of? Scatter, no, I want to learn. What does paw job mean? Is this when you get a furry to jerk you off? A job with paws? Okay, then I think paw job is a furry. Okay, I see. Yeah, furry. Okay. So I think think glove jobs are like its own thing because it's different. Cause like a glove. The difference between a glove job and a paw job is whether it has like fake claws or not. You know, I think that's the difference. That's the difference. You know, cause like what makes it different? Person wearing a padded glove versus a person wearing a furry glove. You know, say with a fursuit glove on. Yeah. Wait, what if it's specifically what is? Sorry, I just imagine that someone like goes to like a brothel and specifically only wants like the paw. Like they don't want any other part of it, they just want the paw. And so they're like, "Oh, so you don't want me to wear the full thing?" No, 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 no. No, no, no. Keep it all off. Just the paw. Just the paw. It'd be fucking crazy. It'd be really funny though. Just the paw. Hi everyone. Listen, we're learning. Fingertip, that's it. That's just that's it. Fingertip. Welcome on in, Sprite. Welcome on in, Stripes. How you doing? We're learning things here today. You know, icon. Very educational. I love it. Yeah, yeah, it's great. We're just having a good time here. You know. File from icon. This one. Yeah, I like that. Ugh, my nose. My nose is just very stuffed right now. It's making me kind of annoyed. Icon base. I can change this to this. There we go. But yeah, welcome on in. Elena's very sniffly today, so if I periodically mute my mic, but it looks like I'm talking, it's mostly because I'm just blowing my nose. I don't know why. Like, I don't feel sick, but I do have a runny nose. And it's not like I'm eating anything hot or warm. In fact, I have two cold things. I have advancedgg. Can you hear that? Taro bubble flavored, affiliated by the way, and a smoothie. Like what? I don't know. Oh, okay. Mix them? No, no, no. That sounds a bit icky poo poo. No, thank you. I feel like they won't taste good. Coward? Yeah, and I'm the bravest coward you know. Maybe. Hopefully. Is music purple? Is music icon purple in my brain? I think purple makes sense. I like this. Oh, you guys can't see my fucking mouse because I'm a goob. There's 3 different options. There's JPEG, PNG, and SVG, which is really nice. Which means like it's an Illustrator icon, a PNG or JPEG, which is really nice. I don't have to search for that. Icon music. And then actually, I think I'd like a hue saturation on it. And then if I desaturate it, okay, I was muted while I ordered my smoothie. What gooning did I miss? Not a lot. Oh, you didn't hear the, I was, I was talking about how when I was talking about like when you were mentioned the fursuit glove on thing, it made me think of like a guy going or a lady going to like a brothel or something and being like only the glove. Like they want nothing else, only the glove. And then they were like just the tip. Just a fingy tip. Yeah, that's what we were on for a little bit. That made me laugh. Off. What else would you go for? A nice chat. I think I'd go for a nice chat. I feel like a lot of the ladies there, you know, would be okay with just having a little chat, you know. Oh, it already does that? Wait, what? Oh, it already dims it for me. Oh. Vocal step. Ooh, you got it, Flame. Bow, 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 bow.
Ugh. Brother, ugh. What's that? What's that,
That's what
brother?
That's what I imagine the guy. That's what I imagine the guy that's passing by the brothel. If they had a window open.
You disrespect me. You disrespect my family. You call us stinky poopy babies. You punched my wife. You kicked my baby. You kicked my fucking baby.
But you
You ate our dog. You ate our house.
You ate our dog. You ate our fucking house. Oh, fuck. Gabagool. Gabagool. Oh, fuck. Good shit, chat. Good shit. They need to get a free smell sign from Jimmy. What do you mean? What do you mean free smells? What do you mean Jimmy John's has a free smell sign? Ew, this isn't lining up. Ew. Oh gosh. TikTok started putting a femboy entertainer VTuber. Started putting a female and telling the weirdest stories on stream into my feed recently. And at first I wondered why the fuck they added it to my TV, but then I realized I watched the whole thing through. Hey, you just love a good story time. What can you say? You just love a good story time. You know? Oh, that's wild. Yep, I'll take a number 2, but only want to smell it. Helm Links is fucking goated. Oh, is that the VTuber? Ooh, that sounds fun. I don't know if I like this. I don't like it where it's positioned, maybe? I don't like this music symbol. Copy image. Actually, I wanna. Is this a VTuber? I want to follow them. I might make a video on them. Oh, that makes a lot more sense if I'm honest. Although it's a dumb flex because everyone does. That's fair. I think maybe it's more so because like I don't know if I'll use this music now because I don't really like the way it looks. You know, you gotta take the flex where you can, I feel like. Cause like even though I like the bread from Subway, like I'm never gonna like I don't think I've ever smelt the bread at Subway. Though I haven't been to Subway in a long time, to be fair. I think I'm okay with the whole icon. Opening their blue sky on stream is crazy gamble. You You know, these are afterthoughts. These are afterthoughts. Would have been funny content. Let me tell you what, it would have been funny content. You would have been like, Elaine. I would have been like, I'd go smell Jimmy John's to hype myself up because I can only afford Subway today. That's fair. That's fair. I don't think I like using the text from the things itself. Let's see. I'm not gonna tune into their streams, but if they want to tell me about the time someone put monastery. Oh, I mean, it's an interesting topic. It's, you know, don't knock it till you have at least heard, I would say, at least 30 seconds of it. I think that's fair. Don't knock it till you have at least heard 30 seconds of it. There we go. And then, which they apparently did because they couldn't find the actual purpose-built eggs. Anyways, damn, they couldn't. But I mean, I guess. I mean, you know, to each their own. Who's the 80-year-old man in the pool? I mean, as long as they got money. Yeast free? Can you have yeast in your butthole? Is that a thing you can have in your butt, though? I thought that was only a vagine thing. I'm on Twitch icon. Twitch icon. They didn't. The nursing home hired them. No, Twitch, I'm not entirely sure. I want to send the message, but I'm gonna do it anyways. You gotta live life. The freeway. I wonder how many nursing homes do you guys think hire like sex workers? I wonder like how many like, you know, just to make the at least like I feel like that's like a pretty good move. Like, you know, if they'll calm down because of like all the good ones do. That's what I'm like. I feel like you know what, in states that like are like prostitution is illegal, if you get caught, you should work in a nursing home. I think about old people fucking as little. That's fair. That's probably, to be fair, for the best. It's still funny though. You can't deny that. I personally think that anybody that gets caught in countries where they're like, nope, you can't be a stripper, I think you should A, be allowed to, and B, I think that you should well, not that you should be allowed, like, hold on, I'm losing the plot. I think that you should be able to work in a nursing home for retribution. That's what I think. I'm telling my kids that it's a requirement when I'm sissy and they send me off. I'm just saying, I feel like if you're old, or if you're a prostitute and, you know, you've been around the bend And like, I feel like if they're like, nope, you gotta go to jail or you gotta work in a retirement home. You know? I feel like that. Hi, Fox. Welcome on in. How's it going, Icon? Chonky. I'm cracking till the day I die. I mean, shit. That's how it be. It's just how it be. I like this a lot. This is nice. Set from file. This one. Set from file. This one. Oop. Old people don't care. They just company. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, it gives a safe place for people who have are in the prostitution industry. It gives them like a safe place and it gives them like secure jobs, you know? And like the dangerousness of being like a prostitute, I feel like ills in comparison to like feisty old people, you know? And I feel like strippers or prostitutes are they're very like patient and kind. So I feel like it'd be a win-win if I'm honest. I feel like it would be a win-win for all people involved. Need this one. Hello, Shadow. Welcome on in. We're just talking about how prostitutes should work in nursing homes. I think it's fair. I think it's a fair statement. It's mainly, if I'm honest, it's mainly about the prostitutes. Strippers are doing what strippers do. Strippers are fine. Strippers can keep stripping. But like, if you're in a place where it's illegal, I definitely think that it should be a thing where like my cat went to the other room and I feel like she's telling on me. I was like, mom's talking about strippers and blow again. What the fuck? What the fuck was happening? I'm be real, nursing home staff are already really not held to high standards and there can be abuse. They gave me whole grain? Did you not want whole grain? Is this not what thine has asked for, my friend? I will presume by your reaction I did not. Oh no. Hi, Pocky! That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like because, like, prostitutes have come from, like, probably just a very not safe space, like, they would be less prone to, like, beating up old people, you know? No strippers in the heart monitor patient rooms, yeah. Well, I mean, like, the thing is they wouldn't, I mean, I guess if they wanted to, but, like, they wouldn't, like, probably dress up that way, but, like, they would just work in that, like, field. Like, they'd be trained, and then they'd get, like, a certificate of, like, hey, I can work in a nursing home. I feel like that'd be pretty good. Elaine, stand by this. Fucking prostitutes should work in nursing homes. I feel like that would be pretty sick. Just saying. I think that'd be pretty nice. All things considered. I think it bothers me that this one icon is like not. No. Okay. It's like two speakers. I can make speakers. I can make speakers. Oop. Yeah, thanks for coming to my TED Talk today, guys. I think I have pretty good ideas. I think we gotta take these ideas and we gotta bring them forward to someone, to something. You know. Trying to make a speaker icon. Mm. Chuck Schumer? Who's Chuck Schumer? Is he in charge of old people homes? And if so, yes, call him. Call him and tell them that it is time. It's time to enact Planned Prostitute. Yeah. I don't know what we're listening to. What playlist are we even listening to? I don't even know. What? He's a state minority leader. Oh, bro. Okay, I feel like Chuck would be on our side. He's fucking damn. Okay. Well, if he's useless, then maybe not. Maybe not if he's useless. But we gotta get who would be on our side that could do something. We gotta get Joe Biden elected, and then we gotta get him onto it because he's old and he's senile, and I feel like I could get him on. Open your door, POV, I'm at your door. Open your door. Welcome in, welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Demacro, thank you for the check-in. Kieran, thank you so much for the raid. How is it going? Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. We're just yapping as I make icons from my stream deck. How's it going? I hope you're having a good one. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I guess feel free to listen to us yap about how I think that prostitutes should be. If they are not allowed to be prostitutes, then they should be allowed to work in nursing homes. I'm alright, thanks, I'm glad. Damn, Vexed. It's okay, we're talking about how you should be able to have prostitutes in your nursing homes in the future. You know, we're really thinking about the future here. You know, we're always talking about how, like, you know, the future is important, which it is, but you know what else is important? Taking care of our elderly, our forefathers. And what's a better way to take care of our forefathers than letting them have prostitutes in the building? You know? I'm anxious. Why am I anxious? Rhetorical. Damn. Yeah, that's all we were talking about. You know, nothing crazy or anything. Just nursing home prostitutes. How cool it would be. Listen, if I get old, right? If I get old, and they're not, and I'm not allowed to get a prostitute like in my building, like, am I really being given my dues, you know? Cause like I'll tell you what, chat. When I get old, what you nomin on? I'm drinking a smoothie. I ordered fast food last night because we were not dealing with that. And so I wanted a smoothie. What are you talking about? Nursing home prostitutes. Cause it's a good idea. So my family, when I turn 90, I'm doing heroin. I've told my significant other, I've told Pixels, that when I get old, and I know I'm about to croak it, I'm gonna do a bunch of drugs. I'm gonna be real. That is my plan. That is my plan. Is that if when I get really, really old, when I'm like fucking 95, I wish to go out in the beautiful glory that is wait, I think I did this wrong. Hold on, sorry. Wait, what? This is not. Hold on. Oh, there you go. Okay. But yeah, I just want to go out with a bunch of drugs in my system when I die and I'm old. Cause I'm old. At that point, I'm already old. And I'm probably listen, if I am anything like my grandmother when I get old, I'm gonna be a pharmacy already. You know? Let me die in battle. You wanna die? Oh, see, okay, here's the other way. That if I were to pass away, this is the only other way that I would be willing to pass away if it was my choice. Imagine that's what I'm saying. But like if it were up to me, right? I would um I would I would make a mafia. I would be a mob boss and I would go out guns a-blazing protecting my family. That has been like one of the main ways that I wish to die, but if I'm honest, I'll die of old age very peacefully. But you know, if that's not the case, and I can pick, then it's probably gonna be a bunch of drugs in my system. So, yeah. I will die in the same way I was born, screaming, nude and covered in salt. Lex, you're gonna be a great parent or godparent, whatever you decide. Whatever you decide. Screaming for Odin. I'm stealing this. It's really good. Oh, this is like okay. Okay, that makes sense. Look up in a house that's full of smoke. Yeah. Actually, hold on. I want to fix that really quick. Hold me up and tell you a joke. This guy. Filters. I'm going out after throwing my juice box at a nurse. I wanna go out being funny. I wanna die in a funny way. Like, I wanna be funny for people. I hope, like, if I were to hope for anything, it would be that I die in a way that, like, people are kind of like, that was actually kind of fucking funny, you know? New transition override. What is this? On the smoothie section, dude. No, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Vex. I'm sorry this is happening to you. I'm confused. Wait, so could I not just do literal difference metaphorically? Chord pause, stream profile. I would have got looking into the sun fading out as I know I just. Oh, that would be pretty good. That would be pretty good. This one. Scene, screen. And then screen. And then if I do it like this, does it still work? Mm. Hmm. Hi, White Seer Gaming. Going to Valhalla by battle that including throwing juice boxes. What kind of juice would it be though? I just bought a horse. I just bought a horse. Oh man. I'll be right back. Okay, I think we're okay. I heard like things like rustling, but I didn't know if it was the ice machine like normal because it was a lot of rustling. And then my cat like showed up at my door as I was like, and she was like, "Hey, what's up?" So, okay. That works for me. Multi-accent switch. Okay. I just lost my horse. I just lost my horse. Apple juice. That's fair. I want to do orange juice. I want to be an old orange juice drinker. Copy. Ooh, not that one. Paste. Copy. Fair, but the doctor wouldn't give you your old ass perks. No, it's gotta be whoever walks in the door first. But what if it's a child? What if it's a child that walks into the door first? Okay. And then copy, paste, we show. And I fucked it up though. Weep. I think it's because I need to turn the screen on. And there we go. Sucks to be that kid indeed. Damn. I think it was song request. Then I get him by Chizbox. Sorry, kiddo. Damn. Fair income though. Wait, I did that one wrong. Oh fuck. Okay, hold on. This one. And then Elaine is confused. Okay, so now it's this. Okay, and then ooh, I gotta do this one. So it's gonna be this. Why is that not doing the thing I needed to do? Handle toggle. Oh, it's because this needs to be on disable. Right? I think so. Yeah, so it's on now. So now I'm sorry, madam. I have to ready to run. I have to get up in less than 5 hours. No problem. I hope you sleep wonderfully well. Sleep well, well, well. So you have a good rest of your stay. Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. S filter. Good night. Hope you sleep well. Hide projector top. Okay. What? Enable. I don't. Am I doing this wrong? Oops. Now they're opposite. Oops. Let's do show transition is 2,500 seconds. 2,500 to 3,000 seconds. Bad, Karen. No, it's okay. Feel free to get some sleep. Night. Good night. Good night, Karen. Sleep well. High transition. Show transition. High transition is 2,000. Actually, this could be 2,500, I think. Wait, is it 2,500? 2,000, 2,500. Yeah, I think so. So now if I were to click it, I didn't look. I blinked. Can I make that faster? High transition. 1000? Whoop. Okay, what about 500? No. Around my trike crew. Huh? Oh, fuck. I feel like it's not speeding it up, which makes me confused. Transform. Oh, is it because of this? Well, nobody likes you. Okay, now let's try it. Hi, Mio. How was your stream? No problem. Have a good dinner. I love you very much. Thank you for stopping, and I will talk to you later. Show me where you're pissed from. Show me where you're pissed from. From a weenie. Show me where you're pissed from. Show me where you're pissed from. Man, don't care. Okay, let me go not out of studio mode. And then this got out of sync. And pussy flaps off. Show me where you're pissed from. Show me where you're pissed from. Bola Mesa. Osagesa. Venmo. How do I want to do this one? Because this one is like, it's the different modes that we're in. Don't be alarmed. Dick about as big as your arm. I don't mean to alarm you. A whole more for you, all big pharma. Oh, there it is. Hello, Moira. My cat has come to say hello and possibly take a nap. Icon mode. There you go. Set from file, and this should be this one. We've had a hell of a ride. You thought we were riding to heaven. Well, a motherfucking lie. So crank that funky shit to 11. This is one of my favorite songs by Bo Burnham. I wonder if I make the text black, if that's better. Can I do that? Can I make the text black? I can. What is synthetical? One botanical. One botanical. I wish they had more fonts. Okay, I think that works actually. That could be there. Set from file. I like that. Set from file. This one. No, gave me this shit. Had a hell of a ride, but you thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lied. So bring that funky shit to 11. Hell of a ride. We're riding to heaven. Or motherfucking lied. So crank that funky shit to 11. Wait, I didn't use this one yet. Ooh. Ninja. These eights. Had a hell of a ride, but you thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lied. So crank that funky shit to 11. Or tab would have been better, but that's good. Crank the funky shit to 11, baby. Hell of a ride. I think this would do with being a different color, though. Oh, and you don't know me. You don't know me at all. You don't know me. You don't know me at all. You don't know me at all. You don't know me. Should I find an icon? Actually, I have an idea. Okay, well then you don't know me. You don't know me at all. Icons, desk items. Boop. Government is truly a best. I apologize. I don't mean to slurp in your guys' ear. From fish to frying tensions. East. Thank you for the song request. If the healthcare well feels boring, up to in the top. Oh, why is it locked? I'm sorry. I don't mean to. Yeah, but a majority probably doesn't, so I'm sorry. I was absent-mindedly just kind of like, yes, my drink. It's okay, I'm done with it though. Don't worry, it's over. I'm sorry. It was absent-minded. Really hurts. Is this the shrimp? It is a shrimp. Favorite propaganda. Like Lin-Manuel Miranda. I already didn't even hear it. Oh, thank God. I always feel bad. I don't know if like my mic is like if it doesn't hear like human mouth noise, it doesn't seem to pick it up, it seems. Which is awesome. I just sometimes I can't tell or I don't trust it and I'm like, I don't know if it did. Tick, tick tock, baby. Tick tock, baby. No, no. Tick tock, baby. Ooh. 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 I don't know what this song is, but kind of fucking sick. Mm. Mm. Me neither. I don't speak German. It fucking sounds good. It could be spreading propaganda, but all I know is fucking sounds good. German mentioned, yes. This song is German. Mm, 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 mm. I don't know what that means, but I think Gutya means you like it, yeah? And I do. Oh, I just wanted the HSL one, not the recolor one. Mm, 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 Let's see. We have a blue one, and then a purple one, and a green one. Okay, well, what does Farbin mean? That's a good question. What does Farbin mean? What does Farbin mean? I guess we could have Google translated that though, huh? We'll see if Pocky answers first though. Colors? Means colors? I mean, that would make sense for the album cover, to be honest. Farting? Hmm. This is not loud enough. Hold on. Do we have the thing on still? We do. Dude, this fucking song actually rocks. Oh! This is going in my like songs playlist. Oh, dude, this shit slaps. Dude, that was fucking sick. That was fucking sick. This also makes me kind of want to dance, though. Just not as hard. That last song was fucking bumping, bro. Average Berliner? Really? Bro, that shit fucking slapped hard. Wait, what? Baby daddy, I'm like, yeah. Oops. My only reference for Germany is the internet and a week in Munich. That's fair. Roy R-O. This one would be 2. G. She find a wonder when she'll be mine. What price I press rewind. I'd ask one more time. Roy. No, this would be 4. GB. Actually, do delete that one. Oops. No. When? Do what? When do what? 6. Okay, there you go. Okay, now this is this one, and then I need a purple one. Like, did she find wonder when she'll be mine? What price I press rewind? And ask one more time. Oh, wonder if I can make the pink more pink. That makes it more blue. That one's a bit more pink. Yeah, there we go. And now I just need a red. Businessman, but I don't really want to listen to this one, I think. Oh, I'll listen to this one, though. I think that's like red, I think. Horses in the stables. I love the way you ride, 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 ride it. Horses in the stables. Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. I think I got all of them. Ride, ride, ride. Horses in the stables. Sound effect should be purple, in my opinion. You have any ibuprofen? Girl, trail ride. Thank you for the song request. Soundboard Sammy. Sammy will be green. There's that one, and then other models. That one could stay like that. Stables. I love the way you ride it. Horses in the stables. There's set. Or set, I guess. And then we'll trail ride. So wait for you to come, then we can ride it. This is position. Position will be pink. I actually don't know what this does. I'm gonna remove it. I feel like I gotta make the colors darker though. It'll be fine. Trail ride. I am right. Maybe I should change the color. Correct. So file. The stables. Love the way you ride it. Horses in the stable. Go trail ride. Not that one. This one. Love the way you ride it. Oops. It's this one. Yeah. And then I'm going to take these guys, new folder, pastel buttons. I think that's blue. Well, let me turn down the window sounds. There you go. I also didn't do yellow. Man, I keep getting spam call after spam call this week. They want a piece of this. Where is the pink? There it was. There you go. It's like more like a magenta, I'd say. Set light blue. Make these a dark blue. custom made account. I don't remember what this one was. Oh, it was blush. Makes a lot more sense. Were all these not connected? I just need to be refreshed because I switched stuff around. The way I don't like that color. Let's do this one. Make these purple. Gonna be honest though, chat. I don't think I like the color of that either. Maybe that's better. Yeah, like right there, I think is better. Yep. And now if we go to orange, will it look better? Yeah, that looks better than orange. Yellow will be a bit of a mystery if that one will like being yellow, but that's not the worst. Elaine had an idea. Deny you nothing to me. There you go. That guy. Captain. This, and go back this way. Could this be like a soft light instead? Me, my. Yeah. Yellow, red. It's like a pinky. You're nothing to me. And so I know that oh fucking shit. Yes. Oops. What the fuck? Go back. Go back. Boop. There you go. I will never leave you. So turn to me and you will see. Quick export. We got the pink again, and we already had the dark blue. Need this blue. Maybe blue. I think that's all the colors. I think I didn't get green. Let me look at green. Oh, I think that green's a little darker. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. The red. And then this one. Set from file. Let's do orange. Then this one can be the blue. So I'm gonna make it the share. Long time, baby, but never live until you know. This is so I wish I could like mass change icons, but you cannot. I'm invited in. I came here with my Chinese friend. Up all the walks, and I'm like, this is a folder. Some plate of dim sum, soon I'll go. This is a hell of a time to want to change all these, but that's okay. Dim sum paradise. Do these still work? Oh, they do. Cool. The tables are round. Everybody knows. So pass me the shumai. This one. This is an outfit. Well, this is the toggle for the outfit itself. So outfits can be purple. I already used purple. We haven't used green, yellow, or pink. So I think I will use pink. No. These are toggles. Actually, I think that should have been teal. When I think about it. Heart is dead. Heart is dead. Heart is dead. Complicated, but we're not complicated. Pretty easily. Have you ever been to a birthday party for children and one of the children won't stop screaming because he's just a little attention attractor when he grows up? Actually, what does this look like? For never understanding learning. I look like a squirrel. Do you think I look like a squirrel like this? Is he demented? Think that I'm worthy of all this attention? What you worked really hard for? Oh, you worked at the drugstore. My drug's attention. I am an addict, but I get paid to indulge in my habits. An illusion. I am. River 1? Whoa! I forgot. What is River? But we're happy. So I'm happy. Let's go. Red. Only a grow when Carlin rolls in his grave. His grave. His grave. His show has got a budget. All the poor people way more deserving of the money, won't budget. But I wanted my name in lights. I could have fed a family of four for 40 fucking fortnights. Played the greatest club of Argentina in the Americas. Let's go! We won! Congrats. Good job. Very proud. You better be getting some good grub to celebrate, or a drink if you drink. But drink in moderation. An artist. I am an artist. This goes with the bow. Hair bow. Hair bow. Hair bow. Hair bow. Hair bow. Cow clip. River's boy from River Academy are on fire. Let's go. Let's go. Cow clip should be blue. And hair clip should be blue. This is a hair thing, so these don't actually belong in here. Future world star. World star! World star! Scrambled eggs. Using GPS. That's the bow. This is a strap. But congratulations. I hope that you are excited. I hope that you are living it up. I apologize, I'm a little tired. My adrenaline of starting stream has worn off, and now we're in like first wave of EP. But I am excited nonetheless for you. The pictures. And I suck. But I love these things. But I doubt I ever will. Has a frame to me. Difficult friendly against Penarol 0-0, and we won by penalties. That sounds a little spicy, but hey, still happy that you won. I think I might switch these. Ear. Well done. To the back of my head. Look like a hot dog bun. A bit of holes in an apple. Took it like a bong. Wait, hair clip. Spell restaurant. Oh, no, it starts with R. No, there's a T. Miss Noodle is a mystery. Like a pasta sauce. Oh, your sauce is ketchup. Oh, based on my fucking case. All of these things. But by the time I quit. Fortunately, on January 24th, we play against the most corrupt club in our league, Barack Central, and make matters worse, we're playing away. Yikes. Well, you know, the biggest thing is that you believe, you know, that you yourself give it your best belief, because they can only do as well as they're believed in, you know. That's what I believe. What is this? Braid short. Ball, braid short. If you win, it was pure skill. If you lose, it was rigged. Exactly. There's a win-win no matter what, you know? What's the question? I think he's just asking maybe what you prefer, maybe? $100. He said no. Not again, not again, again. Not again. Again. Ooh. I'll be honest, I'm amazed by how many non-Americans are in my chat sometimes. I think it's really cool because then I get to see life away from home. I'm gonna ask you like, what time is it? What's the weather like over there? And it's gonna be wildly different. And I think that's cool. I suck. I suck at stuff. I suck. I suck. I suck. I suck. I suck. I suck at stuff. Wait, what is in this folder? There's 6 things in this folder. Oh, okay. Ow, 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 ow. Ashamed of me. Oh, I might just keep these actually. Not so well. In my life, not expecting the fright of my life. Yeah, I might keep the rest of these. Feeling obvious, I went to class today and got a Shippy! Shippy, are you okay? Jesus Christ. That's caliente. Are you okay though? I hope we're doing okay. Best movie of all, a masterpiece of all. Alright, now I gotta. It's not that bad, it was just a drop? Okay. I'm glad that you were okay and that it wasn't a lot. Because if it was, I would be very concerned for your health. Oh god. Okay, my hands are so cold. I don't want a red flag. I don't want to get right. Holy shit, I'm gonna be the main course. Are you thinking so much? I've got something in my hand is a little red though. Oh. You should. Did you already go to the hospital for it? Sorry, I'm cold. Where's the button for my blankie? I want to, but it's not warm enough. There's no need since it was a minor burn. Oh, okay. As long as it was a minor burn. Oh, my hands are so cold. Husband and wife. So ceremony and the blessing of our dreams. A wedding shade. What's this thing going on? Oh, fuck. I changed my mouse back. Fuck. My hands are too cold. Okay, there we go. You want to jam? We open myself up to love. Platypussy glows in the dark? Sorry, I realized you heard that. My bad. Hold on. That's the video for next week. Hee. Don't mind that. Also very small. Bug. Go in. I'm going. Oh, and with this one. You're growing. Let's see. It's still a little loud, is it not? That's not too loud. I can't tell. You can do. You can do. The internet. Yet. Oh, I need to check if there's anything I need to comment on. Who's I'm fight? There's no one left to hide. I think I'm a half heart. Oh, whoa! Is this an actual thing? What is this? Wait, what was this? Is this real? Is this real? Yo, wait, what the fuck? Yo, wait. Hey, we'd love to invite you to an affiliate for sure. What does that mean? What does being affiliate mean? Hey, yo, would I get a custom PC? Would I get a custom PC if I became an affiliate? Ooh, I have that. Yo, wait. Custom maincoow PC? Creator program. Let's see. Pixels opened the door and I had a scared face. Whether you're a star in the making or trying to really want to work with you. ENVtuber.com. Because do the same software for this content be and earn some money while they do it. Once you sign up for the software system creator when you make an application, you'll receive a response if you're the right fit. Congrats, you've been accepted. You'll receive a welcome email and tracking link. Once tracking link is up and running, you will receive 5% of every sale you make. Oh, wait. When did they talk to me about this? January 19th? Oh, it was literally yesterday. Dude, if only they, like, reached out to me sooner. I just built a PC for streaming recently. And it would have been cool to go through them. Oh my gosh. Hi. Oh my gosh. I'd love to hear more. I can't type. Okay, there. I think this was the person that commented on the TikTok with an image. How do I can't do this on the PC. I forgot. Okay. Hey, yo. Wait, who are there? Do they have creators that they collaboration PCs? Oh, I'm upset. I'm upset. I'm upset. Ooh, but they did Path of Exile too. Chat, we could have custom PC, but would be associated with the burnt peanut. I mean, we'd probably have to sell so much in order to get one, but they have a Terraria PC and a Path of Exile 2 and a free run PC. And it looks like, I mean, to be fair, it kind of just looks like, well, no, they have a screen in there that matches. Get that PC. That'd be cool. And they have desk mats that come with it. That'd be cool. It'd be cool to get like a compact PC, professional PCs. I don't like the front of this. I like the front. I was gonna say because I have this one. I have this one. I have that one currently. So it'd be cool to get a custom PC. Let's look at the collab, the burnt peanut one, I guess. This is like kind of stupid. Low key, this case looks kind of like just okay. I'm gonna be real. Like the marbled gold looks like weird against glass because marbled gold is obviously like a stone thing. I think the free one looks really nice though. What does the Terraria one look like? Oh, the Terraria one looks cute though. The Terraria one actually looks really cool. Lane, should I be a sniper or a bolt action carbine? Bolt action carbine. That one sounds cooler. That's how I pick. If a gun sounds cooler, I pick that one. What about the Path of Exiles 2 one? Path of Exiles 2 doesn't look bad. I mean, this one looks more like a basic sticker, but I think I like the aesthetic of it. So, I really like the Terraria one, though. So, they have potential. If they could do, like, almost like this, like, more of, like, PCs like this, because of the background screen, it kind of looks like a parallaxing effect, where it's, like, there's actually a background, kind of matches the foreground. I think that's really cool. I think they did that with kind of, like, the free one as well. Yeah, kind of. Where it's like kind of like a foreground background kind of deal. So I think that's cool. So, I mean, I wouldn't mind like if we got big enough to work with these guys. The solo leveling one looks kind of cool. I really liked what they did with the Terraria one though. But this looks like a new thing that they're doing, so but it would be cool. It would be cool. To at least hear them out on what kind of affiliate stuff they want to do. Maybe we could get a mouse pad. Maybe they could make us a mouse pad. That'd be so cool. Guys, would you buy maincoow mouse pad? Would you buy maincoow mouse pad? Once you see this. I thought I did. I replied to this. Maybe then, maybe next time then, champ. I can't spell, my hand is cold, and my blanket is falling. Little misfortune! I take this as a very high compliment. You have no idea. It's probably it's probably though because Little Misfortune has a similar voice to Jester from Critical Role, and I talk in that accent a lot. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. I'm just a silly little guy that does things sometimes. Like I talk in that pronunciation a lot, and I think about it a lot. I love every baby except human babies. Why not What about a human? What about a human baby that isn't your responsibility? The song goes. There you go. Seriously, love a baby anteater, baby chinchillas. They're like, oh my god, I've never seen a baby anteater before. Wait, baby anteater? They're so little. They're so little. They're so little. Offensive shit, and I said it. They're so little. They're so little. Gonna hold me accountable. Woohoo! Oh, that wasn't a caps. Whoa. Oh. Problematic. No problem. The second. What if we are all squishy balls, though? Previous worse. So true. Ow, 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 ow. The first two didn't hurt as bad. Well, but the third one started getting a little sensitive. This is my singing teacher. Like if ow. 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 Dramatic. It's a problem. Oh, so I have to do it. I think okay. Change cover. I've been totally lawful. I saw it in chock full of stuff that is vaguely shitty. It is totally lawful, not very thoughtful at all. It's really shitty, and I've been totally awful. Toss it is chock full of stuff that is vaguely shitty. It is for. I'm so excited for tomorrow, guys. Oh my god, tomorrow. Guess what? I gotta set up my first Wait, we had a collab last week, didn't we? I think. Oh yeah, no, I've been doing collabs. But this is regardless, this is my first collab that I get to do with Naho and Gabby, and I'm really excited. I hope that they have fun tomorrow cuz I'm making new friends and I'm scared. Or I hope they would like to be friends. I'm really bad at hanging out with people outside of stream, to be honest. But I hope that they have fun. Alright, edit labels. Edit labels. And then I also want to do these. I want to do the harder ones first. I think I want to start with the V stars. Oh no, I'm already in the Did You Know one. Oops. And sorry, squirrels. And opossums. Platypuses. Show. And then this one. And from eating displays. As far as we know. How you hanging out? Me? Me? You asking me? You take these all off. Yes, you? I'm good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm finally getting to editing for today. I got a bit distracted because I wanted to do other things, but I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing good. How are you? You having a good day? Having a good night? 2, 3, Perry. I said was twice. Mixed messages. Mixed messages. No, you hanging out tomorrow with new friends. Oh, we're playing Repo. We're playing Repo. We're gonna be playing modded Repo. I made a little mod pack, and then we're gonna play Repo, and I'm excited because I really like Repo, and I don't know, maybe I should get the walkie-talkies mod. I don't know if walkie-talkies are already in the game, but yeah, I'm really excited because we're gonna play Repo at this time tomorrow is when we're playing. And I'm really excited. And I have to make a thumbnail for it, but I hope everybody has fun because, like I said, new friends. New friends. What game is that? Repo? It's this little robot game. I'm sure you might have seen it, but essentially you play as like these little robots and you have to go get loot and you have to try not to die to horrific monsters. I don't know if I don't think I added the extra monsters though. I think we just stuck with the vanilla ones. Cause sometimes I modded like these other scary monsters. I'm streaming not with Toy Box. I play it with Toy Box. I just don't know. It depends on when you guys play. If you guys play it on like a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, and if I don't have D&D, I would play with you guys. It's just if it's any other day, I already have plans. I know it from the singing meme. I love her. Yeah, I love that meme. It's a really good meme. But I like Repo and I'm excited to play it. Shadow, don't be a bum. You know I play it with you guys. It just depends on when it is. Diction. Since Dan, did I spell his name right? Dan Povenmire. Nope. Stan. Around. We try to run away. Every single day. Mango or grape. I gotta imagine my life without it. I don't even wanna give you up just to buy another one. Giving you up. Oh, my arms are cold. I am cold. Dun, 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 dun. It was my very first hit. I was 11 years old. Sorry, my hands are cold. I'm trying to warm them up before I continue. House without... In between the couch. Okay, there we go. Wanna be the one to give you up just to buy another rug. Move track down. Move track down. Add track. You want to bet? Hold on. I should have a button for that on my stream deck, actually. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds and then you can... I need to turn it on. Hold on. I have to turn it on and then you can have it. Wait, be patient. Beep. Wait till the beans appear on screen, you boob. Oh, cold. Okay, there you go. There. Now you can bet all you would like. Oh, that's what I was gonna put a hotkey for that on my stream deck. It's okay. I'll do it later. It's beanbucks. Exclamation point beanbucks. Here you go. How do I give you money? Give currency, stream avatars. Currency give. Okay. Wait, currency give. Poc. E. 1,000. There you go. No way we getting that one. 5 wins in a row. Okay, well, I'm just giving you a little starting money, you know? All good gamblers need a little bit. See, look at you. Look at you. You doubled. So you got this. I just wanted to give you a little bit of good luck money. Put fucking hands up. I'm gonna go all in. Do it. You have 1,088, I think. Now. Hi, Taylor. Welcome on in. Yippee! Yippee! It's Taylor. Hello. How are you? Woohoo! Wahoo indeed. Let's see. Why is it not? The chosen amount must be a whole number that you own. Wait, I like that clip. I like this clip of them itching themselves. Wait, maybe I want the front of it. Yup. Wait, yup? Fucking Christ, Pocky. It's I thought I gave you money. Why does it say? Oh, is it Bean Bucks give Pocky 1,000? There you go. There you go. Now I gave you the real amount. There you go. There you go. Now you have 1,000. Hands up. See, eyes on me, eyes on me. Hands down, pray for me. Hands down. I want like a more upper. That's kind of cute. I could take that, of course. Look at you. You're even being smart about it. You're only doing half just in case. Very nice. Have to pee, but I don't want to get up. Go! It's bad for you to not go to... Just go to the bathroom, man. It'll be fine. You will be fine. Is there any other footage that I might like more? This one. I might like this one. Okay, I'm going. Thank you. Attack. Oh, I'm sorry, Marco. You don't have any beanbugs. Hold on, wait. I think I'm doing this wrong because it's got to be 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's not the worst. Then we make this here, and then 1, 2, 3, and then goated song. I know, right? Such a good song. You want money? I can give you money, actually. Beanbugs. Give DeMarco 9,000. There you go. Okay, and then similar to other... This one. Thank you, of course. Kind of like this section, I think. And then I can do like flying squirrels. Where are the pictures that I had for this? Are they in my screenshots? No. Hello. What's up? What's up? Oh, I was wondering when you were gonna take that off. Why couldn't you do it yourself? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You're welcome. Have a good day. What was that? What was what? What was what? Huh? Okay. Pixels was being a goober. I had to help him cut his hospital band off, and when we took him to the ER yesterday. Ask me, I say goodbye. Serious, I don't mean to stop around your big round business. Ah, here it is. Just out visibly. And so I see a sweat. Flying squirrels. Possums. Platypus. Okay. Let me crop the top. There you go. And then it's under God's roof. They know where they are. They're under UV light. I want this to have a cross dissolve at the end here. So, what about this? I've never tried this one before. I don't really like that one. What is this one? Ooh. I'm up the 2 ow. Don't you bow? Such as what like fun. Like guns. All got in common when this shit is said and done. A city that we run. Does VTuber cover this? Yeah, with Bao and all her friends. Except apparently when Bao did her part as Mr. Krabs, she didn't know this, but they told her to act like she's Mr. Krabs when she was singing it. So she's like the only one that's like semi in character when everyone else is like singing it as like a cover. I think I did the love donut one already. Yes, I did. Hey, what you mean? What the fuck? Wait, no, I'm baffled. Do you see this video? Fucking platypuses can hold shit with their tails. What the fuck? I didn't know they could hold stuff with their tails. SpongeBob. Yes, SpongeBob. What the fuck? Wow. You want to hear German SpongeBob rapper? Yeah, I'm down. And I go. I'm gonna cut this in more. 1, 2, 3. Right here. Is this enough? 1, 2, 3. Yep. Okay. Wait, you guys have to watch this video. Look at this video. Look at this video. Look at it. This is a baby platypus. This is a baby platypus. Look at it. Look at it. He did a little butt wiggle. Look at him. He did a little butt wiggle. He does a little butt wiggle. Well, baby. You will, baby. Really need to be the focus of this to be on this little guy. Can I have this as a pet? I don't think so. Cause like if you get a male one, they're venomous. What? I don't know. It's a platypus, man. Platypuses are crazy. They glow. They're the only mammal that lays eggs. They're just weird. They're just weird. I don't know. They're just kind of weird like that. Routine. 416. They lay egg? Yeah, they lay eggs. They lay eggs. They're the only mammal in existence to lay eggs. And they're poisonous. The males are venomous. And they have a duck bill, but they're mammals. They're not birds, technically. Did I not copy the cropping? There you go. The 0 again. And then I want a Gaussian blur. Gaussian blur. How are they venomous? They have male platypus. They have a little spike. Males have this little spike on the back of their feet that will just inject venom into you like a snake. I think that's how that works. Yeah, see how they have this little they have this little thing. And if it like punctures you, you'll be venomized. Why do they? I don't know. I don't know. Is this allowed? Tag to cab? I don't think you can have it as a pet. Venom's effect are described as extremely painful, but it's not lethal. It's not lethal to humans. To have this? No. No, I think they're straight up wildlife. I'm pretty sure it's illegal to have a platypus. Because they're so weird. Yeah, I don't know. They're just weird. Platypuses are just weird. See? They have like webbed feet, but they're also duck-billed, but they're also mammals. But they also lay egg. They're weird, but they're cute. Yeah, but they should be nerfed? I don't know. The universe said, let's have something weird, and it gave us something weird, so. Oh, there's at least 25. Oh, I don't like this line. Do you know that you're trying to turn it off? Hold on. Go to here. Smart links, I think it is. Instagram. How do I look at this one? It is. The Twitter is enshrined_game. Oh shit, we gotta change that. I think it might be enshrined_game. Give me a sec. Let me check on the other computer. For miles, I used to ride with my good. Wake up with a smile and go to bed at night with a dream. I'm trying to underscore game to change it to like TTRPG. I'm turning 30. I'm turning 30. Yeah. I have to wait for my boss to answer. I'm turning 30. I'm turning 30. Okay, I'm not changing it. Stupid children. My stupid friends are having stupid children. Stupid friends are having stupid children. Yippee! Platypus. Videos. What is this? Hmm. Download a web video, start. Go to desktop. Oh, right. I have the folder, MP folder. Change. Select. Whoops. H24 start function. There we go. Alright, baby platypus. Clip operations replace. Did you know? Okay, I have to wait for these to get converted. Little loud ass fucking car. I do have 2 baby platypuses. Okay. Fucking car. Absolutely. There's accounts over there. Enshrined. Okay, so let me replace all of these. Okay. I feel like I gotta do render cache more. Which one has the double D's? Oh. I need a rubber band sound effect. Boing. I like this one. Thank you for the song request. Audio, sound effects, save. I should have checked if the list I have. Why is this track not like a mono track? I don't understand. The Keef? The Keef? Who is the Keef? I don't. I think it's this one. Don't like a snitch, fair. Stupid, so in case. Content. That's what you don't like. That's fair. That's fair. Delete this one. Rare use. Car accelerating click sound effect confetti crunch. Display digit. Police siren. Interesting. Anime cute friction. Anime cute block. Mm-hmm. I like this one. Actually. Let's see right here. Something like this. And then what about... Wait, what's this one? Oh my god, wait, there's so many things in here. What's this one? Oh, that's a ping one. Is this cowbell? Oh my, that is cowbell. That's cool. Bonk, 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 jump. That's cool. What's this one? What about this one instead? Let's see, this was audio 4. So we'll bring this down a little bit. Short spring. What is this? Spring ball? I like what we had before. I like this one more. And then disappointment, keys, ping, objects, noise, mouse. They have like transition one, whip simple. Oh. Whistle, win, throw, wow, wobble, whoosh. Whoosh fast, whoosh faster. Whoosh short. Cartoon rare background song. Cartoon rare crash, body thumb, arpeggio, dramatic impact. Crash metal shatter. Rare use SFX part 2. Whoa. What's this? Oh. Twinkle, smooth, ping, twinkle, sprinkle. Whoosh only. What about this one? Slide. I do. Do they have a fade? Ping. Slide tone creaking up, slide to going down. Oh. Slide creaking door, slide creaking up. Quick up, quick down, quick up, quick down. They have a song request. I use more of these. Awkward spring bong. I kind of like this one. I want a platypus sound. And this is specifically for this video. Oops, save. Camouflage. Okay, I have an idea. Actually, how many videos been doing recently? How did the last Did You Know do? Let me see. Damn. Let me compare this to the other one though. 184.70. So at 3 seconds, that's at 61. 61, 61, 61, 61, 61, 61, 61, 61. 58. It's going up. This guy is a Berlin DJ. I've known of him before he got famous. Wow. An OG. I like this a lot. A good remix. Vibe Shine I didn't change much of. Did You Know has been changing a bit, so. I want this to be a little bit lower. I wanted to change here. There's a manager of the free video. I have studio. I am studio. Because I like using their plugins. Awkward pause. Sound spring take. Bell small. Fail bing bong. Fail squeak slide. Rewind shake slap. Twinkle. What about disappear? They have another disappear one. No. What about up here? Awkward. What is this one? Yeah, honestly, a lot of the things you can do, you can just do in the free version. The plugins are like nice if like you already have experience in After Effects, I'm presuming. So like honestly, you'd be fine on the free version, I think. Just kind of getting used to it and then deciding if you want to buy it. But there is a lot of like help that the plugins have, like the auto transcription stuff and things like that. Yeah, but I want to spend money. I mean, if you want to spend money, then I would definitely say that this is a really good purchase. Especially because you can do like a perpetual license. You just buy it once and then you're good. Something sad. Let's see what sound effects I have. Do I have the whoosh one? Like, I want a wipe noise, I think. I'm kind of, yeah, I think I'm buying it. I kind of need it, I feel like. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, like, I would definitely say try it. The platypus, and then we can add in this one. Hmm. And then what does the rest of this look like? This video is from like a company I work for. I did a whole music video with them once, but I think they kicked me now. Oh yeah, probably. That's how I feel with like my school stuff is like they've kicked me off of it. I don't have it anymore. Boo-hoo. Wonder if this is how platypuses actually sound, or Perry the platypus just has a made up noise. Hmm. There's been something you said. Tied in your arms tonight. Yes, I am. Let's see. I think just a little bit more would be good. So like this. Oh, I might scoot those back over a little bit. We could shorten it a little bit. Let's see. Yeah. I think I like that. I did a cool thing, but I can't take a picture of it. Why not? Oh no. What did you do, my friend? Tell us about it so it may be memorialized within our brains forever. This one. Default this one. Why doesn't this change? Thank you for the song request, by the way. Platypussy, by the way. I know, I did that on purpose. I say platypussy in the video. It's platypus. I thought it'd be funny. I thought they'd think it's funny. I'm trying to capture their attention, you know? Wait, hold on. Egg-laying venomous weirdo isn't strange enough for a platypus when under UV light. As far as we know, and teal is a cool color. Okay. Advanced settings. Boop, 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 boop. I wanted to take a picture so bad, but it's my camera. The picture is the cool thing is your camera. Is that what you're saying? Okay, wait, I'm confused. 0.725. Hold on. Do you? 0.25. Okay, so I don't really know why that was being weird. Create captions and then I'll check if even though I feel like that's a bit low. But I will check it in a second. Check for updates. Download. Maybe this is my problem? Oops. I already said what I did do. Oh, I stood my phone up with the charger port on the table, but it's my camera. Oh! 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 Oh. Do you have a laptop? It'd be really jank, but you could like take your laptop and then take a picture of it with your laptop. If the laptop has a camera, that is actually as well. Not all. I guess not all of them have cameras. Is that where the captions sat in my last video? Where did the captions sit in my last video? Oh, this one doesn't count, actually. This one doesn't have the new font. I have to go... my brain. My brain is calculating. I guess I could watch video editing. No. Did you know? And then did you... Oh, fuck. Did you know? 33 and then this one. Yeah, it's like above my head, so... Give your brains a break. You want me to give my brains a break? I will play some Food Guesser. Vex, I'm playing Food Guesser. Look away if you haven't done it yet. So I don't spoil it for you. Okay. Hi, Fruit Bat! Welcome on in. Hi. Is this what I think it is? This is just a simple comforting broth. But yeah, I think this is egg drop soup, which is, I think, Chinese. Fuck yeah! We're gonna get back. Yippee! Thank you for sharing your streak with me. Mwah. Actually, I'm quite worried. There's quite a few people who have streaks that haven't been here today. I'm quite worried about that, actually. Why? Why does it look like that? Why does it look like that? Why is there so much mayonnaise and avocado on a hot dog? This is a variation of a hot dog featuring a sausage nestled in the soft bun. It's generally topped with ingredients like diced tomatoes, creamy avocado, sauerkraut, and a thick layer of mayonnaise. Why is there that much mayonnaise? Delightful blend of flavors, textures, making a beloved street food choice. Can I do United States? I feel like United States might be... Yeah. Ice cold? It's south of the United States, Brazil? Completo. Where's Brazil? Okay, it is... southwest of Brazil? New Zealand, maybe? Oh. Ice cold. Oh, shit. Then Chile? And headed to see a shrink. It was Chile. Ooh, that's a lot of mayonnaise! That's a lot of mayonnaise! Ooh. Ooh, this looks delightful. This looks like angel food cake, but in different... Well, no, this is ube. I'm presuming this is an ube flavor. It's chocolate. This was vanilla. This could be anything. This changes a lot. Whether it's like, if it's like buttermilk. I feel like this is Japanese. I'm probably wrong though. But I feel like cool. Okay, where's Japan? Japan is right here, and it is southwest of Japan. Southwest. I would say just try Myanmar. Myanmar. Warm. It's not anything that borders it, so maybe the Philippines. Why is it on a rug? It's on like a towel, I think. But that's a good question. I don't know. Maybe they didn't have any maybe they didn't have any oh, it was the Philippines. In Nipit. Maybe they didn't have a plate. What is the flavorings? I wanna. Oops. I wanna. Fuck! I did. Oh no. Ube. What were the flavors though? They had like different colors. I was wondering maybe like because I wonder if it's like pistachio or if it's like matcha. Shit, Vex, you're losing your edge there, gal. You're losing your edge there, queen. Just kidding. Which one fucked you? What? It's okay, Vex. We'll play tomorrow and then you'll be better than I. Which one tripped you up? I feel like round 2 tripped me up a lot. All of them? What do you mean? But the first one was like egg drop soup. That's Chinese. The last 2, yeah, is fair. But the first one was like, I feel like the first one. The last one was kind of hard. There was a lot of, I think because it was soft and they use milk, which reminds me of Japanese milk bread. Thought it was American Chinese. Fair. What is this? Shaved ice and sweet corn. I kind of want fish. Lobster and fruit by the foot versus French lobster, bro. Come on. Steak tartare. I've heard about steak tartare. Is it raw? Yeah, it's raw beef. I wonder what it tastes like. I want to try it someday. I want this one though. Cheese dream. Don't try it. Why? Equal parts beer, carbonated lemonade. It tastes like shit. Aww. Yeah, Vex, have you had it? Have you had steak tartare? I feel like if anyone, aw, fair. Maybe the sauce was bad though. Never had it either, but I do love me some blue rare steak, so I probably would like it. Yeah, I feel like it heavily depends on the. Ooh, these bows look good. I feel like it depends on the sauce. Ooh, japchae. Japchae. Cannolis. I only got 2 wrong this time. I'm proud. Oh, we tied. Damn. Hello, Pixels. I didn't have sauce. Yeah, the thing said you gotta have it with sauce. Hold on, where is it? The steak tartare? Yeah, it's like minced meat, traditionally mixed with various seasonings. This is known today. However, differ slightly in these origins of modern the steak emerged in France because one of the earliest. It said it had sauce. Yeah, Worcestershire sauce. So I think you're supposed to like have sauce with it. Was our steak pretty much raw? That's fair. That's fair. To each their own, though. That's Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire sauce. They want you to eat it with Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Hold on. Default. Create phrases. I'm curious if they changed how this works. No, I'm so confused how this works. So die. I don't know what sauce we don't. I don't know what the sauce. We don't have that sauce. We're just not really a sauce. It's more like a soy sauce or a fish sauce. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, it's an ingredient. Well, I'm wondering if like maybe Pocky didn't have it or something. Cause I feel like you're not supposed to just eat it raw. I feel like. Do you? Oh, so do I have to select it from here and then it'll say what it looks like? Huh. Wait, what the fuck? This one's correct. What? Like it, just like escargot. I like escargot, I think. Or I don't know if the Korean one is different. Small snails that you eat. It's like this. It's like this, and you just suck the meat. I think it came in a... I don't know what they came in. But I had them when I was really young, and I don't remember what they taste like, but they were tiny. They were like this. And they were super tiny. Never gonna eat again, by the way, just saying. That's fair, that's fair. But that doesn't stop me from trying it. Okay, there we go. Maybe I just clicked the wrong one, maybe? What is my boss screen sharing right now? Okay. I was just worried because Pixel's displaying Minecraft. I would probably prefer Korean over French. French is very big for snail and is super rubbery. It's like it's like a garlic butter tart. Yeah, I remember. I just remember it being like a fun little snack. You just pop it in, you chew it, and then it like dissolves and then it's gone. That's all I remember really though. I don't remember a lot about it. I think I had it when I was really small. And to be fair, it could have not even been it could have not even been uh could have been snail, you know? It could have been something completely different. I remember when I was small, is this a thing? I don't remember. Korean canned bugs? Yeah, oh my god! Oh, it was right. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm freaking the fuck out. This is disgusting. I would see these in the Korean market when my family would go up to H Mart in Denver. Oh my fucking god. I thought my dad was like joking when he's like, cause I was like, Dad, what is this? Cause it would be like, it was in Korean. And I'm like, Dad, what is this? And he's like, there are bugs. And I was like, ew, no way. And now I was like, was that real? Is that real? And apparently it is real. Oh my god. It's a Korean insect street food made with silkworm pupae. The boiled or steamed snack food is served in paper cups with toothpick skewers. Its aroma has been described as a nutty shrimp-like and a bit like canned corn, and the canned type smells very much like tire rubber, while the texture is firm and chewy. This is crazy. How does it taste? The soup is flavored with soy sauce, chili, garlic, green onions, and red pepper powder. So they serve with anju at pubs. Yeah, it can also be found at super. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. My favorite bug to eat is a grasshopper, though. It's so good. Holy shit, you're late and you're making me hungry. No! Like, I'm hungry too, but like, not for bugs. Not for bugs. Not for bugs, I'm not. Let me tell you what. Not for bugs, I ain't. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Are beaver tails flexible now? No, I may be white, but I ain't no European. Give me some bugs now. Mm. Mm-mm. 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 You'd have to pay me like $100 to eat a bug. 100 subs, and I'll eat a bug. Your tails are made of mostly fat, really? Beaver tail. Why the platypussy wiggling their ass? It's a little baby! It was a little baby! It was a little baby just doing a little shimmy. It's a video about how platypus babies they don't know nothing. And so when the photographer was like looking at him, he was just like, they're so vulnerable. Look, there's a little baby. He's just a little baby. Beaver tail animal. Whoa, they're so flat. Ew. Ew, that's gross. I didn't really want to see that. I don't want to see it cut. Ugh. Oh, they're so cool. That's so cool. Wait, so then what is a platypus tail? So look the same? No, there's this like, it's like a platypus, but it's furred. What's the bottom of it look like? You know what, Vex? I don't have a bug in my house. Wait, do I have the Christian wafers? I might have Christian wafers in my desk. Would that make you feel better? I might have Christian wafers in my desk. I think I threw the box of them away because I've had them for like 3 years. But I think I have Christian wafers in my desk because they actually taste quite good. But I threw them away because I've had them for like 3 years. I don't know if I still have them. Vex, I don't know if I have them. Would a bean boozle satiate you? I don't have bugs, man. Where's my bean boozle? I bought like a big thing of bean boozles back in the day. You mean Cheez-Its? Yeah, I got some Cheez-Its. I don't know if I have them anymore. I think I threw away the box of them. But I thought I might have had some still like in my desk as like a memento. But I don't know if I have any more Cheez-Its anymore. I don't think I do. I feel like I have to eat something now because you gave me bits. Hold on. I don't know if I have. I don't know where my bean boozles are. My bean boozles. Oh, there they are. Okay, I have it. No, you don't have to do that. Was a joke mostly. No, I feel bad. You gave me bits. You gave me money. I must do something. If you were offered a bug, you try it. Okay. Okay, I can accept that. I'll still eat a bean boozled though, because I feel bad. Okay, how about you? This you get to choose. You get to choose which one it is. I don't know if there's a bug one in this one. Bean boozled. Okay. The fuck. Oh, is this? I don't think that's all of them. Is this one? Wait, it's like it starts. Is it this one? 2009. It's the 6th edition. 6th edition. Money we start. Oh! God damn it, guys. Thank you, Boggy, for gifting a sub. Gifting 5 community gifted subs. 2. Hold on, I gotta look at this. Better Medication. Knack556. Demon Frog the First. Grim Grix. I've never said Grim's full name. And Aerodonics. If any of you are in chat, please thank the wonderful Pocky for starting a hype trade and gifting us the wonderful subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lime one because they're yummy. Okay, so... Wait, is there a lime one? Wait, was there a lime one? Wait. You mean... So you want me to... I don't think there is a lime one. That one's Juicy Pear or Booger. Can I pull this thing out so I can pick the color? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. Is there... Okay, here we go. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Now we can see it in its full glory. If it loads, that is, actually. What the fuck? Okay. Open image in new tab. Okay, there. There's cappuccino or liver and onions. Pomegranate or shit, whichever one is the least gross because I feel bad. I'm gonna be honest, they're all not that bad. The flavor leaves your mouth very quickly. I think berry blue isn't bad because either you feel like you're tasting a blueberry or you have a clean mouth. Oh, these are hard. And I like toothpaste. I kind of like the grass one. Yeah, I like the grass one too. I have that one. And my friend's birthday, she got one. She got that one. And I had the grass one. It was actually really good. I actually really liked the grass one. Personally. The grass one was kind of fire. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I got a ping. Oh, well, I mean, okay. Okay. Hold on, I have to do something for work. Just look out, because if you ever do a meet and greet, I'll be bringing grasshoppers. Okay, can I talk about that? Actually, I really want to talk about that. I want to go to Off-Kai really bad. And and I want to go to Off-Kai really bad, but I need help going there. And Off-Kai, unfortunately, is in, I think it's in San Diego. It's in San Diego, California, I'm pretty sure. San Jose, California. I'm stupid, sorry. Hold on. And I need help getting there. San Jose, yeah. And so I really want to go. And like I have the thing is it's going to take a lot of money out of me, and I don't mind paying for food, but I think it's like lodging that I'm scared of. So if people helped me like go to Off-Kai by like lodging and maybe tickets, then like I'd do it. I'd be full frontal. I'd go. I'd have to get a new wardrobe though. Okay, hold on. I have to do a thing for work, and then we'll talk more about like how much that would be, cuz like I really want to go. Like, can I tell you guys a secret? Can I tell you guys like a fucking secret though? It's a secret between us, because I'm like really shy about it, and like I don't even know if they'll remember telling me this. Is it San Diego or San Jose? It's San Jose. San Jose. We just looked it up. It's San Jose, California. Those are very, I know, I'm sorry. But we looked it up. It's San Jose. So the secret is, so you know this is Gob. You guys know this is Gob. This is, oh, I just show you guys. I'll do this I'll do the work thing in a second so I can show you guys. So this is Gob. Is this animator. He's really cool. I think he works for Warner Brothers, but he's super duper cool. And he's really close friends with Nilbog, Big Nose Bug, and Lala VT. For those of you who don't know, Nilbog is one of the co-workers. They don't have a Twitter, but we'll do Big Nose Bug. But Big Nose Bug. Rat Cousin. Oh my god, and Rat Cousin's going. But yes, Big Nose Bug is going, and then Lala is probably going. Oh, okay, that's fine. It's fine. But you guys know. And then, but they were like, if I was ever like in the area, I could like get dinner with them. I could fucking get dinner with them. And I was like, what do you mean? So like I really, part of me really wants to go to Off-Kai, because like it'd be fucking cool. It'd be so fucking cool. And like I've had so much fucking anxiety. Thank you, Pocky, for the hype trade, and thank you, Vex, for the bits. And like but I'm so afraid. I'm like so afraid. But I don't know how much it'll cost. So I have a 10D. An access code? I don't know if I might have to, I'll message. I guess I can message them. Check in on like the 23rd and check out, let's see. I'd want to be there the whole time, so I'd check out on Monday and then come back. 1 room 2. Oh my god. I'm so nervous though. Show available. Sold out. And there's 3 miles. These are sold out. Partial availability. This is 0.8 miles. What is this one? Wait, oof, I just looked at flights. Amtrak, yeah. Guess 2. These dates are currently unavailable. View room details. Is there any, like Airbnbs? Wait, I can't show this. Yeah, I can. Hold on. Let me just Yeah, let me just do that. Okay. But like, I want to go so bad, guys. Let's see. Nope. This is June. I think it's in June. July. It's in July. 3rd to the 27th. Ooh, I'm so nervous. What is the 196? I think this is the cheapest one. It's a room. This one's not far. That one's a lot. That one, I wouldn't want that one. What the fuck? That's $100 less. Ooh, yeah, that makes sense. Oh my god, I really want to go. This place is nice. The bed seems a bit... Bedrooms. The not worth it for 3 days travel. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta look at stuff. I can't. There's like specific filters that I want that I'm not seeing. Maybe they don't have them anymore. How much though? Let me see how much tickets cost. Seems like you're safe this year, Lane, but watch out in 2027. You fucking bet, bro. Wait, hold on. Do I have to create an account to get get your tickets? It looks like I do. Hold on. Create an account. Okay. Hold on. I gotta use my password. Hold on, I'm looking it up right now, I promise. I have to fill stuff out because I guess they want to make sure you're not a baby. 110 for tickets. $110 for... How did you find that so fast? 110 for tickets, and then... Oh, shit, I'd have to think about flights, too. Hold on. Because, like, I looked at, go busted if we can split a hotel. Fair. June, July. There was another lady, another VTuber that I saw that was going, and they were like, they were like $3,000. They wanted to raise $3,000, and I don't think that's like absurd, but it's also like I don't think you need $3,000 to go to this event, and I understand like food and stuff. So that would be that. If I did that, and then 2 tickets would be that much, and then so right now we're looking at like $700, but this is without lodging. So let me look at lodging really quick, because I feel like I could cover the tickets. 3K, that's what I'm saying. I think we spent like 3K for GDC. That's fair. I think we could be a bit more conservative though this time, you know. Like instead of breakfast and like breakfast being like in a whole last thing, we could just have like easy breakfasts and then stuff like that, you know. I feel like we don't have to. So might be from the other side of the country though. Like it's bad to fly from Detroit. It's $350 for just for flights. That's fair for flights that I was looking at. There was like $237. I don't know if I can get the tickets cheaper if I talk to people though, if that's possible. Reset it. Monday. Looks like that's the cheapest, and then for 4 nights. I'm wondering if their price skyrocketed because we can talk to, yeah. I just, you know, it'd probably be smart for me to at least look at planning it now because July is gonna come sooner than I think. So what is? But yeah, so for me, it's 100 more others. Oh, no, that's fair. Maybe it's around the time. Maybe it's because it's in the middle of summer. Maybe it's because it's in the middle of summer, but yeah, so right now it seems like I'd have to at least raise $700 for flights and tickets alone, and that doesn't include possible lodging and stuff. But at the very least, you book my Airbnb for the summer because my credit card is going to be annoying. Yeah, so like at the very least, I think what I'll do is if we can raise the money to go, then I will go. And then future, if it's a good time, then, you know, from then on out, I go because I want to go. But, like, because it's scary. It's like, I don't know. Wait, did I click the wrong one? I did click the wrong one. The lane goes off Kai. Do like $1,000, I think. Disable crowdfunding for the payment process. Yeah, that's fine. And then I can adjust it as like I go, cause like maybe I find cheaper arrangements and stuff. But that's that for now. But who knows? I might post about it and be like, I'd like to go to Off Kai Shy. And I might talk about it, but yeah, I really want to go because it seems like a lot of people are going, and I think it'd be cool to meet people. But it be what it be. Oh, I forgot. I have to look up something. But like, if I'm honest, like this is like I think March is the latest I'd plan ahead of time. Like if I'm not like set in like going by March, I think I might be like, unless like a miracle happens, I think. Which I won't hold it against 2026. 2026 could have miracles in store for a lot of us. Though I am hoping a lot of miracles happen for you guys more than myself, because like I'm doing okay, you know? If you can't this year, it's not the last off era unless everything goes very, very bad. Yeah, exactly. And at the very least, like if we like raised the money but didn't make it this year, I would just keep that money in Throne and then just save it for next year. Because who knows? Maybe next year will even be better and better. Send it. Hold on. I gotta look up stuff, but I don't know the stuff. Easy on the website, but I don't know what it is on here. You'll make it this year? I mean, nothing's impossible, you know, so like I'm not gonna say it won't happen, but it'll be cool. Be cool. Oh, there was this. Hold on, I don't like doing it this way. Don't save, close. I'm gonna do this on the other computer because I don't trust myself typing this shit out. Okay. Close all. Wrong one. Oh. Oh. Should I not like this? Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. We're all good now. Oh wow, Tony! What's up, Tony? Wow, Tony has spawned in chat. As legends have it, it stole your banana and celebrate back to Monkeyland. You shall never see that banana again, and it will tax you. I don't have that many bananas. But Tony, I ate all my bananas today, though. Tony ate all my bananas. Also, Tony, why does it say it's your first time here in chat? Hi, Norman. Hi. I don't know. Damn. Let me know if you gotta spell things right. Okay. Tony, what if I don't have enough bananas, Tony? What if I don't have enough bananas? He's no. But Tony's been here before! I know Tony. Tony's been here before. Sometimes that happens. I think it's because first account, I think I only followed on my second. Oh! Okay. That makes sense. Welcome, main Tony account. Thank you for the follow, Tony. We'd love to see you, Tony. Listen. But did this mean, listen, you gotta give me the kudos that I was able to recognize Tony, the wonderful Tony, Monkey Tony man. There's quite a few people that come in and out of here, my brain. Golden. No Alzheimer's coming for me. Dude, this morning, dude, I was watching this TikTok about preventing Alzheimer's. And then I was doing the practice that, or the little, like, therapy thing that they said to do. And I was doing it, and Pixel saw me, and he's like, what are you doing? And I was like, I'm trying to not get Alzheimer's. And he's like, okay, enjoy Alzheimer's. And I was like, what the fuck, man? My cat is doing something. I mean, yeah, how could one forget the Tony? That's what I'm saying. The monkey man Tony. Okay. Are you good now? Can I use my mouse before you sit down? Okay. My cat is in my lap now. That's funny. So loud. What the fuck? I used to be super afraid of Alzheimer's, but then I realized I can't remember anything anyways. Oh, that's fair. I can't respond. I can't respond to this DM because if I respond, oh no, fucking yes I can. Hold on. You spelled the great one wrong, huh? Oh, because okay, fair. Well, people usually know me when I say, wow, Tony has appeared in chat, followed by the message of confused trauma. There's no in between. That's fair, but I could have been blindsided. Okay. Now. Hold on, I just want to clear some notification. I have too many notifications. Okay, there. All right. Why does this seem weird? The audio seems so chunky. Hold on. It feels so loud. I think it's just, man, I'm running out of pants, but I don't want to do laundry. Buy new pants. If you can, buy new pants. Oh my god, is this another spam call? They're lucky. They're lucky. Steam. Oh, you could steam them. Steal? Oh, oh. That's not where I thought we were going. Ow, my ear itches. Oh, my ear itches. Oh my god. Oh, this is how it ends. I promise to never go outside again. More pants to wash? Not if you donate them. If you donate the pants, you don't have pants to wash, and then you just get new pants. I've had the same amount of scam calls lately. Dude, same. And it's fucking pissing me off. I'm at a point where it's pissing me off. Like I'm not having a good time with it. I'm about to fight. Wait a second, Lane. Do you not wash your new clothes? Pixels tells me to, but I just kind of wear them. I've had one a day for at least a week. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Moira. I'm sorry, Moira. Holy shit, I scared the fuck out of her. I just want to wear my clothes. I get excited about clothes I actually like, and then I want to wear them. How many spam phone calls have I had? I've had 1, 2, 3, 4 today. I had 2 yesterday. I had 3 the day before. I had 3 the day before that. Oh, I missed a call from Xfinity. I got 3. I get variants from 1 to 3 every day. We don't either here in Germany. I do this too. I don't give a shit. Yay! I am European. We just wear our clothes. Just saying. Just saying. They don't do it. I don't need to do it. Alright, yours is a bit worse than mine. Oh, but no, it's still, no matter what. Grubs got? What that mean? Was ever had in a day is 2. It just kind of depends. Well, they also invented racism. Okay, that's fair. That's fair, but I don't have to wash my clothes, so that's different, but and not, I wouldn't say better, but like oh, oh, uh, oh no, my cat is here and I don't know what buttons I have to click for this. Trim? It's not that one. Ass fart. Oh, I love that good ass fart. I can't. I need like a pen. I can't reach the key I need to reach. Okay. This is really hard to do with a cat. I got it. I got it. Repo. I might need Pixel's help. Pixels, if you're here, I need you to help me. I need Moira's blanket to be on. I mean, street exit? Why would they name it street exit with words like that? Okay, gotta do it again. Yeah, maybe. Oh fuck, I moved the playhead. I'm glad you're cozy, Moira, but I can't click the keys I need to click. There we go. Nope, it didn't. Yup. He asked about why my bank is named that. Why can't I click the buttons? Let me do the thing. Can we be like this? Is this okay? Cause like then I could like keep working, but then you can still stay in my lap, Moira. Is this okay? I think you're looking up at your dad like it's not okay, and I need it to kind of be okay if it's possible. If I give you scritches, will you chillax? Oh, big baby. Your tummy's covered. You're not vulnerable. She's like, what about me? My cat is in my lap. Okay, we're good now. If she was just on her side in the first place, I would have been fine and I wouldn't need help, but like, I need my right hand. Left hand I don't need as much, but left hand I need. Right hand. Usually everything. Listen, she's still here. I needed my right arm, man. I'd disturb her more if I didn't move her. Yeah, oh, go kitty. Oh, go kitty. Yeah, see, this is a lot nicer. Holding her like a baby. Oh, see, that's nice. And then I can give you squitches because I have a free hand. Yeah, and the other hand's not struggling to do stuff. Yeah, nice. I know the mic arm is like kind of in our way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Here, can I move it? Can I move it a little bit? Would that be okay? There we go. Is that better? Is that better? Cat's being a big old goober. Gefilte fish. That's what that word says. That word says gefilte fish. Being a goofy goober. Being a goofy goober. That says Gesundheit. That's what that says. That one says, I eat ass, signed Pocky. I am well versed in this German language, and that one specifically says, that Pocky likes to eat ass. Eating ass. Yeah, it says Pocky. Look, it says Pocky likes. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I got this. Okay, wait, I got this. No, yeah, I got this. It says right. It says Pocky likes to eat big juicy ass. Yep. Okay, 1, 2, 3. No. Oops. I don't know why my audio is like this. It's a little weird. Is this just the computer in general? Is this the audio of the video? Ooh, he did another lore win, yes. What's the matter, baby? What's the matter, baby? There's nothing in the doorway. You're okay, sweetie. You are okay. There is nothing in the doorway. Lick my thumb. Lick my thumb. I wanna give you, I'm gonna pet you. I'm gonna groom you. I'm grooming you now. The other day, I saw this video where a cat licked their owner's thumb, and then they, like, wiped the cat's face with the thumb that the cat licked, and my cat did that the other day, and I want her to keep doing it because I think it's funny. Yes, you got nothing to worry about. Just stop. Every time I stop scratching her, she's like, I'm on alert. I'm being a goober. You're being a goober. Nothing's gonna get you. I got you. I am mama. I protect you, goober. Yeah, mama got you. Goober. Ow, ow. You not. Okay. Let's see if the audio I have is fucked up. Yeah, it was just because of this video. I didn't like this. This is video stabilization. I don't want video, I want audio. Mm. Mm-hmm. There you go. What you doing? What you doing? Lay back down, baby. Lay back down, baby. No. You goob. Okay, cool. The audio sounds a lot better. Now you're all scrunkly. Yeah. You're so skittish. It's very curious. My cat's becoming more and more skittish. I think this means I need to rush on my cat more. I suppose her to louder noises at the very least, like a baby. Here, let me go. I thought you said I need to give my cat. I need to rest on my cat more. No, no. You know, wrestle my cat more. Cause sometimes me and Moira will wrestle, and it makes her a bit less skittish. I think I also just need to listen to more music around her, like loud music. Cause that's what I did when she was a baby, is I would like listen to music constantly, and because the music was always changing, she didn't know what to expect, and she was a bit more calm about things. You would lose trust. Oh yeah, no, I know I will. This is that. Mm-hmm. I want another clip of Dead Sun Prime. This one. Download. The homies. With the homies. Of Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine 3D. 1, 2, 3. And then the toggles, which is like this one. And clips. Apply. I need this to do smart, so that way it doesn't lag as much. One, two, three. You may be able to figure it out if you stick around for long enough. I think, like, this one's kind of fun. Cancel. In the sand. There's falling snow on the ground. A tree or in a flower crown. This heaven. I like if this one was up a little more. You ask nicely. 1, 2, 3. Link clips, this one, and then I want this one. Fuzzy, comfy socks. Why? Epic. Elaine, I just have a really cool stream idea. Lay it on me, Pookie. What's up? What do you got? What do you got? It's cool enough. I'll do it right now. Just kidding. I'll do it afterward. White woman. White woman's Instagram. White woman. That's something like that. Oh, traveling through endless realities. Let's do this one. No. An Artemis 2 launch party? What is this? Approximately 10-day mission? That says Artemis 2 moon. You didn't know? I do not know. And this is for the almost 10-day missions open February 6th. We're going back to the moon! Okay. What time? What time? Opens at 2041 EST. What the fuck? What the fuck? What time is that? Wait, what time is that? Yeah, we could watch it. I wouldn't mind watching it. Just when does it happen? February 6th. Artemis 2 launch date and time. February 6th with a backup. Oh, this is okay, so it will be at night. So February? Okay, bet. Let me add it to the calendar. February 6th. Oh, my cat like bit my hand. It hurts a little bit. What is this? It is 6:45 p.m. Hold on. Artemis 2 launch party. Launch party. And this will happen on... It was like 6:45, I think it said. I'm going to sleep. Have a good stream. Good night, Pocky! Mwah! Sleep well. Have a wonderful night. I hope to talk to you again soon. It's 6:45 p.m. It's planned around 6 your time, although the rocket launchers are super unreliable in timing. That's okay. We can, like, check on it. So 6:45. Okay. That's fine. I want to change the color of this. Make it yellow. Watch parties are yellow. Yeah, bet. Bet. It'll be cool. It'll be cool. I'm down to watch a space thing go off into space and do space things. Oh. Wait, 6:45? Oh, wonder what the time would be for me. What time zone is it for you? I can look it up. Time converter. I think this is the... Yeah, I like this one. Let's do... In Germany, that would be 3 a.m. Berlin, Germany, if we're just... I'm just spitballing. Berlin, Germany is like 3:30 a.m. Chrissy, wake up! I've never seen... I watched like the first few episodes of Stranger Things on the season 1. And I've never watched the rest of it. I think I want that one. Some plain peak. Which day was it again? February 6th. If anybody here, let's do it this way. This is why I put it on the calendar. Because this is a public calendar. If anybody wants to watch, then if you click this link, you will be invited. And I could do a location, add location. 30 minutes before. No, 20 minutes is fine. 30 minutes is fine. Yeah. Go. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can make it bet. What is the... You know this guy's cooked when he falls off the top. There's not usually a time when you're not cooked when you fall off the top. Let's see how this looks like. Let's see. Let me see. Like here. I'm definitely keeping track of the launch. The only other launch I watched was like in 2022. I've never watched a launch before, so I'm excited to at least like try watching it. Because I think it's actually like it's something cool to like watch the launch of. There's many things you can watch the launch of, and I think this is one of the many nice ones that we could watch. Okay. So many 3D like or creative VTubers I know, like Big Nose Bug, Dead Sun, fucking This Is Gob, Nilbog. They all play Fortnite, which I think is very interesting. It's very cool. They usually have a camera on the rocket following it from the ground, and they do the T- thing. That sounds pretty sick. I'm excited to watch it. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. I appreciate you keeping us in the know. Really cool things. But yeah, no, I'll make a spectacle of it. Maybe I'll get like an astronaut thing. I'll get a helmet or something. I'll dress up a little bit. My hands are so cold. What's this one? What's up? Hello. Can you kiss my boo boo? More got irritated. It was kind of my fault, I'm pretty sure, but cause she was like, for some reason, she kept like looking at the door like something was gonna happen. And I don't understand why, because she's seen that door a million times. She knows if things are gonna be there or not. My Destin's favorite VTubers. Kuda. What is this one? I was getting a gummy treat. I'm happy. Maybe not that one. Ooh, Noble's playing Valheim. Who's he playing Valheim with? I think it's because I told them about Valheim one time that I was playing Valheim. I was playing Valheim. Viking time. Alright, I'm gonna lurk. I think this one. Oh, this one. This one has eggplants in it. You know what? The more I think about it, if I were to ever do like a bonking system again, where it's like you guys can throw stuff at me, because like I do think it is funny. Though I think it would have to be it would have to be it would have to be oh my god. It would have to be like a love bomb thing where like you guys can love bomb me and it would be soft. Cause I don't know why. Like I can handle the bonk, the normal like Pico Hammer bonk, but I don't know why. But when I think of like things that would hurt if you were to throw it at someone, I get sad. My brains are like, make my brain sad. Okay, I still need this track to move track up. Not what love bombing is. Is love bombing not when you spam like love to someone? Oh, I had a cool idea. What if it was a bomb? What if it was literally a bomb? Oh, this is not what I wanted. No. Not just that. No, it's a form of abuse. I mean, throwing things that could potentially hurt me is abuse if you think about it. I'm not wrong. Hitting a streamer with a hammer is technically abuse. I am abused here. Some could spam love, but not use it to abuse a partner. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is giving someone a shit ton of love at once to mess up their system. They're more likely to forgive them. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Do you think if I named it in like a way where it's like milk bean beam, and it's like a beam of love. You think that would be better? That could be fun. Tips ocean at your door. I'd want to be able, though, if I did make that, I wanted it to be a thing where, like, you can essentially break it. So, like, a bunch of beans could pop up on stream. And then, like, spam it. Definitely would be okay. I'm not out here trying to trigger nobody. I'm not out here trying to trigger nobody. Uh... That funny feel. General text. Default. This one. Okay, 1 second. Gotta clear all my notifications because I have to look for a notification now. That was from yesterday. Cool. Okay. Okay, we're good now. And even coding knowledge, grasping knowledge of his tentacles around. And then there we go. And then default. And then, yep. Create captions. Again, the funny feeling. Funny feeling. I guess it would have to be an animation that I make. I mean, I do have Procreate Dream. I wonder. When my partner receives -1 HP, damn. You do? What? -1 HP emotional damage simply by being in proximity because they're not able to handle my beautiful greatness. Ah, damn, Tony, too powerful, Tony. Tony, you're too powerful. You gotta rein it in a little bit. I have an idea, but I don't know how I'd execute it, so I need to DM my mod. God's gotta nerve me. I am too beautiful. Nerf you. Yeah, they do gotta nerf you. They do gotta nerf you. You're too strong. Foam swords. Would it be possible to have these stream avatars be able to redeem an event that when they press it, they shoot a beam at me? Frick, they nerfed my spelling. It's okay. Everyone has pretty nerfed spelling these days. It's okay. This one goes before. And now I do the V-Stars one. Okay. There we go. cool. Wait, I did the last video wrong. Hold on. Highlight. Did something. I just remembered something. This has got to get scooted down. There we go. And then this one, yes, add to render queue, replace. Okie dokie. Oh. Ooh. Where's my excited email? There it is. Okay. Okay, and then now we go to V stars. And then timeline, this one, this one, this one. Great. And then tomorrow I do these two. But I can find a song for this one. Hmm. There we go. But now this is done, and then I have to split. In the club. There you go. And then the stars text. This is a different one. I have to go here, and then I need to this guy. Title, shading, blue border. Let's do the purple. Pick screen color. Actually, yeah, let's do the purple. And then we'll have the outline be black. Boop. Okay, and then this one goes here, and then we can remove that workspace. Snap captions. Text plus. 2. We're gonna do default, create. And straight up close, straight up twerking it. Okie dokie. And then this one, default, turn that off. And then create captions. Alt X. Okay, and then the rest of the video. The rest of the video goes here. And then I make sure I did these. Yes, I did. And then we'll close this guy. We'll go back to the master. And then we will go to the other. After no. One. Let's see. I want a video of them like freaking out, I think. I don't like it, but if I did. I think I should use this one because they look very silly. My mind. One, two. Crises. Crises. No, not 402. Crises. I feel like crisis is spelled the way I did it in here. Crisis. No, it's correct. I don't work here, and if I did. Himself. Yum yum yum. You. No, not tell you their shit. I like you, but maybe I should. I can't work here, but if I did, So I saw your Minecraft Hightail post. You can mod creepers into Hightail problem solve. That's not a problem solved, you boob. The devouring that doesn't solve it because I got a new Minecraft skin, dude. Look, hold on. I'll show you. I got a new Minecraft skin, and I think I know how I can make myself force myself to. Oh, what the fuck? What? I don't remember. I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I hope I said devouring. Oh. I hope I said the right name. I really don't know what I said 5 seconds ago. I don't know if this is the password. What? Oh, I can email. Oh. I don't work here, and if I did, I'm not tender shit. I work here, maybe I should. Devour, I'm sorry if I called you anything bad. I honestly don't remember what I said. So I'm sorry if I said anything bad. But look at my new Minecraft skin. Look at it. Can I make it bigger? I can't make it bigger. You called me a boob? Oh, not sorry. Yeah, I call people boobs when I'm mad at them. You are being a boob. Look at this Minecraft skin. Hightail can't do this. I can't do this in Hightail. Unless I can mod it. But like, look, it's so cute. And you can see all the details. It's really nice. It's me in Minecraft. I might commission them to make my normal skin too. My normal outfit as well. Wait, is that the new one? Yeah, it's the new one. You want me to show? Hold on, I can show it again. Wait, can I look up my own skin? Look up Minecraft username skin. If you're using mod tools, you can do that. That's fair. Let's show. What? Is it not? I'm trying to find. my model. Yeah, look, it's so cute. Ah! Ah! I like it a lot. I could look at the hightail mods. I mean, I was thinking about modding hightail and see what I think about it. But what I need is shaders. I need shaders for this game immediately. I cannot stand, I'm gonna be honest, I cannot stand how bright the world is. That's like my only qualm, is I cannot stand how bright and like just flat it feels. Lily. I need to use the restroom in a second. I'm gonna use the restroom really quick, so I will be right back, and then we'll talk more about work and hightail. steal your fridge in secret. I feel like my fridge is too big to steal in secret, you know? It's a pretty big fridge. Or I don't know, it's big in me terms. Alright. Okay. Bucket chili pop. How's it going? It's going pretty good. How are you doing, Lily? Popcorn. In the microwave. Wave. In the microwave. Not great, been a long day? Oh. Well, if you want to talk about it, like, feel free to. We're here for you. Sorry you're having a poo-poo day, though. But I hope that, you know, hanging out with us might boost your mood a little bit. Hanging out, vibing. Knowing that people are here for you. Shawnicorn is... Plus trying to write, and I got that writing block. Ooh, fair. If Kiwi was here, he'd probably give you some tipperinos because Kiwi's a writer. But I hope that, like, you know, maybe something will boost your brain, and you'll be like, and then you'll like know exactly what you want to write. I forgot I need the playback to have smart. I forgot what clips I've already used. The whole night one. Nope, stop it. My neck hurts. I'm gonna look at hightail stuff. I'll look at hightail stuff while I wait. Ventail Saga. What is there's not 2,000 prefabs. What are prefabs? Oh, those are like buildings. I'm gonna look this up. Hightail shaders. Hightail shaders. Shaders and texture are not possible within Hightail. PSA, this is why our visual feedback is critical now. Oh. Hey, observing this conversation very closely, I appreciate the feedback and talking about it in the team, right? Our current strategy does not allow client modification. That does not mean we do not allow client modification in the future. The major problem right now is the client does not have an API. We want to avoid problematic changes to the client as those usually lead to security. Thank you for the check-in. As those lead to... I lost my place. So can you not have shaders? Hate tracing. Oh no, it looks like you can actually. Yeah, yo, this is way nicer. Yeah, just that little bit more would make me very happy. Thank you for the check-in, Rusty. Reshade. Oh, so it looks like reshade does work on this? Was that the one that I just looked at? Is that reshade? It's ray tracing when other settings. Oh, it's another. Okay. What's up, Sim? Reshade works basically on everything. Okay, I might download reshade on this computer. I think it's this one, right? It's this one. Also, if reshade works on everything, how come it's not used in Minecraft? Or if it is, maybe I just didn't think about it. Yeah. Also, welcome back from work. I hope work was goob. I actually need to finish the videos that I'm working on, or else I can be if you wanted to. But there's like so many shader mods. It isn't needed because of the shader mods, but it would work. But it's like, oh. Okay, fair. Porcelain face. Okay. Wait, no, that was correct. I got covered in nasty stinky water, so I took a shower. Otherwise, it was good. Ew, I'm sorry. I'm fall asleep just yet. Okay, so this one. Oops, shit. 1, 2, 3. I think I might just do 2. And then we'll grab another clip. I gotta finish this clip shit before I start thinking about Hightail. Because Devouring wanted to come in here and be like, oh, just play Hightail. I have to finish my workies. You know, another thing I should look up, Minecraft skin in Hightail. Because I just got a new Minecraft skin because I didn't think I was going to be playing Hightail. Hightail Minecraft skin. I just read an article that there's a modder that has enabled Minecraft and Hightail to run together. What does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean I play simultaneously? I play with like one my mouse controls Hightail, my keyboard controls Minecraft? Oh, how to communicate. Wait, is there any action that happens in this clip? Sunny doesn't know who he is yet. Oh, the stars. It's like crossplay server thing? What do you mean that? What do you mean that? What do you mean that? You've tweaked my interest. Or this one, I guess? I think I might need more clips. I think I didn't get enough clips. Okay, I will read that in 2 seconds. Sent you a link to the article. Thank you. They both run under JVM, and Hightail has APIs for redirecting connection to other servers. So I wouldn't be surprised if they set up a way to walk through a portal and end up in Minecraft. What? Hold on, I gotta read this article right now. Right now. Hightail is barely been out for a week. It has already secured enough funding to support development for the next 2 years and attracted 2.8 million visitors. Alongside the momentum, the game is already showcasing an impressive modding scene, with over 1,900 mods listed on CurseForge. Even so, one modder has taken things further than one would expect. It certainly has managed to get Minecraft Bedrock, Pocket, and Java Edition running in the same instance as Hightail. The result is players across 2 different games sharing a single world, complete with cross-game chat, synchronized animations, and even working fluid simulation. This is very important. I remember running my own Minecraft server for an online community back when the crossplay between Bedrock and Java editions was the only becoming viable. It was far from perfect and came with plenty of limitations, but it was still impressive achievement driven entirely by the community. Wow. And then are they just... Works well since they are the same game. You goob. They're different. But I'd be very interested in seeing how that works. I like that. You can see him get scared in this. Okay, so this one, and then this one. This one. One, two, three. Dividing either Minecraft again or getting Hightail. That's fair. It's a hard choice, to be honest. Took a look at getting a dev environment set up and basically identical. Oh, but it's a Wild West because there's no standards. That's fair. You could make those standards. You could be the maker of them standards. Needs more updates, but before, yeah, no, that's fair. That is fair. That is extremely fair. I already brought this clip in. Did that one, did that one, did that one, did that one. I didn't do this one yet. Is a bitch on customer service. This is true. That's not wrong. It's really a promising start, but right now it's like an older version of unmodded Minecraft. That's fair. But to be fair, if you think about it in the perspective of like to get base Minecraft to do what Hightail does, it means a lot. But I do think it is a bit bare bones. They have given me the sorry, we can't verify you, so give us money. That's so weird. Yeah. Make your own standards, Sim. Make your own standards. I guess I know what you're going to be doing next month. 1, 2. Clips. Used. Okay, this video is a little bit longer than I think I was hoping. Or at least I was planning. Let's have it. Sean. Corn. I'm looking forward to Hightail to simulate yourself, and it's not just more of the same. The combat system is an improvement. I agree. I quite like the combat system in it. Open like a new tab. What else we got? We could do this one. Could do this one. Or add conveyor belts. Save. Easy divider, just make a mod. Just make a mod yourself right now, and then you'll be great. They didn't fix my account since it got hacked and wouldn't fucking fix it, so they just demanded money basically for me to rebuy Minecraft. That's fucking crazy. Do you have... If it's possible, if you have, like, the original email receipt, that could maybe help, maybe? I think I want this one to go here. It got changed like 5 times. Well, I mean like the original email, I guess. Maybe not this one. Sorry, I'm still salty. No, you're okay. It's okay. It's understandable to be salty about it. Microsoft isn't exactly the best. It's working on conveyor belts, but Hightail currently stands. There's very little point for it. That's fair. Oh, that was hang on 2005-ish. Yeah, so like it would prove because it would be older than like the recent activity and be like could see I bought it. Maybe I will. No, I don't want that one. It felt like a laggy clip, so I want to do a different one. I need different clips. What about this one? I mean, it was the entire Microsoft account, and the verification with email was changed, so they don't care if I'm miles of email proving it was me. Damn. I'm sorry that that happened to you. Maybe then at that point, it is just time to try Hightail at that point, if Minecraft just ain't gonna work, you know? You can't prove you own it, gives the bird. Yeah, then I think maybe if that's the case, then to try Hightail, you know? Maybe like here. Hightail is cheaper too. I mean, like, if it's between the two, you know. And then I want a center-facing one. Where they're, like, glammed up. Where is that one? This one. Save. Okay. And this one be I'm gonna throw hands with my pillow. Sounds good. Have fun throwing hands with your pillow. Yeah, drink my schedule. It's time with my mom tonight. I don't like how I clip this. You just... I joined the Hightail Modding Discord, and the amount of people attempting to make mods with AI is crazy. That sucks hard balls. That sucks such hard balls. That makes me kind of sad. How it do be, though, in these day and age? Say hi to Dad. Track up. Oh, you'll win, but I say not so bad. So no documentation is not very effective. Exactly. They're just vibe coding, you know. FaceTime with my mom tonight. Mother's putting a hammer with her thumb. Snap captions. This is I want general text. Subtitle 1. Default create. So I asked ChatGPT to make this mod, and I made a Minecraft mod for me. Just like, it made me a mod. What's the documentation on it? Wait, and that's how they get exposed. Was that on the preset? It was already. No, it's not. Okay. Uh-oh, I think I might have overloaded it. Gen text. Default create. Makes. Just like he makes. Wait, what? Makes up himself. Okay, there you go. Okay. Alright, there we go. And make sure it looks good. This needs the crop bottom. Cool. Nope, I clicked the wrong button. This one. Hmm. The best emo. I do like that emo a lot. Do I want to work on some emotes today? I don't know if I do. Alright, that's loading. I downloaded Reshade. Oh. Select an application. I can only select one at a time? Wait. The pre-selected option is get guess based on the quick analysis of the executor. If you do not know the extending API. Oh. Could I do house flipper too? This page is stub. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay, cool. I kind of want to work on a little bit of art and then play some Hightail, I think is my plan. Because this was good now. Close this. You'll never know if you don't try. That's fair. I didn't want to read all that. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't want to read all that. I will open Hightail on this computer, though. Hi, Moon. Welcome on in. Hi. Program files. I don't know where this is. Hypixel Studios. Hightail. This one open. Next. Yes. I guess I gotta look that up. Hi, Star! How are you? Come on in. Look for API. API. Doing good. Made myself a sandwich. Ooh, what kind of sandwich? Yeah. Oh, what thing is this? I look at the type. Look for a section. Okay. I kind of look at the API. That's what that was. That's what this was. API. Search for the game bit and look for the title API section on the page. It's probably not DirectX. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Sandwich? Yeah, what kind of sandwich was it? Mm. Mm. It's AMD Intel Arc series. Looks like it's creating OpenGL. That's what I was thinking because it says OpenGL right here. So, ooh, I didn't mean to open them all. Little bitch in me. Socially. I don't need all of these. Standard effects. I think I'll just do those ones. Okay. Does that mean I have to restart the game? I forgot how to open Reshade. How to open Reshade. Shift F2. Oh, indeed, okay. Yeah, it got tricked in avocado. Ooh, with peppers, Munster cheese with mayo and onion. Oh, that sounds delish. This is not what I meant to click on. Kind of want to work on a little bit of art. Hightail came out. It came out of fuck on the 18th, I think. Where's my reshade? Do I have to reopen it? Where's that reshade looked different? I'll try differently like for F4 or F8. Not the yeah. We have installed it on the launcher and not the program itself. Is that how I did that? Browse. I guess that's what that site was. Hold on. History. Boop. Hightail. But yeah, we played it a little bit yesterday. I was feeling poo bar, so I can play it for long, but we were playing it. Just path to game. Okay, this PC users. Console launcher. Okay. Open file location. Open file location. There you go. What? Assuming the lawsuit fell through with Microsoft? Yeah, definitely. Am I not? What? That's not. Where is it? You can also check the task manager. Ooh, that's a good point. Open file location. There we go. There we go. And then go here, here, here. There we go. And then I'll quit the game. Next. OpenGL. Thank you for the song request. You fuck. I don't know what this is. I don't. You can this fuck off. Where is that? Where is that shit? Outplayed? Uninstall. Get off of my computer. No, outplayed. I think it comes from CurseForge. Yeah. Next. And then I can look at reshade stuff. Finish. Ponytail. And go away. Play. Yay! Press the home button. There we go. I know how to do this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Go away. Go away, Discord. Settings, this one. Reshade, select. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to open that twice. Okay. Oh, I don't wanna do it myself. Neon Fever. Probably doesn't have presets. Final Fantasy 14 one did. Autumn Tail. Fantasy Reshade. Includes Reshade? Really thick lining. Really thick lining. That's like the main selling point of G-Shade. Ah, that makes sense. Wait. Ugh, I don't like that one either. I like this one a lot. This one was nice. Yeah, this one was nice. Download. Fever is gone and let me down. Uranium fever. Fuck. I don't want. Just give me. This one. I don't want to, man. Oh, I got it. Radium fevers got me down. Radium fevers got me down. There you go. Where do I put the file? Place the contents of the RAR file. Oh, install reshade OpenGL. It says it right here. Paste the content of the RAR file into the client folder after you installed. Okay. Oh my god. It's taking like forever to download. When they said slow download, they really meant slow download. That's great. Nose itches really bad. There we go. Okay, reshade shaders. Which means this goes here. Here. Okay, now we go here. I hate tracing select. And then check all the settings in the reshade shader list. After you installed reshade, check all the settings. I don't think I'm supposed to check all the settings. I feel like I'm forgetting something. All the global settings? Okay. I think it's good. We need a reload. How do I reload? I think that's the thing I was forgetting. I was like, I think I want to reload. I don't remember how to do that though. I thought there was a button for it. Oh, there it is. It's frozen. Alright, we'll let that sit. Let that simmer a little bit. I will let that simmer. And while that simmers, I will go to my other computer and I will draw a little bit. What the fuck? Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know what that's. I thought you said what the fuck. Oh. What are your thoughts on Hytale so far? Sorry, I missed a bunch of yesterday. No, you're totally good. I like it. It's definitely like a bare bones game. My biggest, I feel that it's different than Minecraft, even though it just looks like Minecraft. I think, main problem with it, I think at the end of the day, is water physics suck ass. Unless I log in and it's not sucking ass. And what did I just put them all in here. I did. I don't know which ones these are though. I need a picture of these. The water physics is a bit, no, it's so broken. I checked earlier, messing with the settings. That's the only thing that messes me up. And then like how flat the game looks is the only other thing. Otherwise, I think the game has a lot of potential. I gotta look this up. I gotta take a picture. Behawks. Watch, I look this up and they're gonna have a third pack out and I'll just shit my pants. Shop. No, they don't. They only have 1 and 2. Thank gosh. I really like these emotes. This one doesn't have a magnifier one, though. I was hoping this one had a magnifier one so I can make one for Sam. But that's a day. I really want to make the sippy one. Examples. Look. Gray. Flood fill tool. This one. Oh, maybe I'll just play Hytale. I'm kind of in the mood just to play Hytale, I think. And then maybe I can do art. I can art tomorrow. Well, the side-eye. I know, I like the side-eye one. I like the old person one that's, like, next to it. The double chin. A lot of these are really funny, which is why I like them. I especially want to make the sippy emote one. But I think they're all really cute. They're all really cute, and I like them a lot. I guess, though, another thing I wanted to do is I wanted to try to draw these on my iPad, actually. The more I think about it. So maybe I might do that tomorrow. I might try to draw these on my iPad tomorrow. Maybe that's the plan. PNG, quick export. PNG selection only. Don't show export. Let me do that really quick. Save. And then no, and then let me just add these to my Google Drive so that way I can try that out later. The muscle face. Which one? Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, I like that one a lot too. I also want to make some for Miu. I think that'd be fun. Behawks emotes. This one can go here. Yeah, and then I'll go play. I'm just gonna go play Hytale. I need to change this over to Hytale though. Little sounds. Well, look who's inside again. This guy. Boop. Okay. And then home button. Oops. Home button, there you go. Right. These trees have not changed. Beech branch long. It's a beech branch? Why are they branches? Why are they not logs? What the fuck, Knuckles, is that? What is that? What are you? It's a lobster? Oh, he's not hostile. I want to eat him. Oh, I got fish from him. Oh, look, there's pixels. We're making a house. It's making a house. Hello. Wood! Yippee! Now I can upgrade my station. Dum-dum-dum-dum. Okay, now I need light wood. Oh, that's not a problem. Greater life essence? Amalgamation that's equivalent to 100 life essence. I have 100. Wait, I have to craft the life essence, though. The greater life essence craft. Okay, now I have one of those. And I need carrots. I need to grow carrots. And I need corn. Oh, this water. This water! This shit about pissed me off, brother. Shit. Alright. Well, we have some food now. We have some carrots. But we don't have any corn. Just put some blocks over it. But I think I'm just gonna move it. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put the farm somewhere else so I don't have to look at it. I think is my plan. I'm gonna put this here. There you go. I don't know why I keep wanting to left click. Maybe it's left click in Valheim, and that's why I keep doing that. Yes, I need to grow carrots. I need to grow 5 carrots. Oh, more life essence. I don't have any more life essence. To go get more life essence. See, the farm needs to be next to a block of water. Yeah, because you can have the watering can. You can have the watering can, which I need to get eventually. Which honestly would probably be better than me. Yeah, I think I should go try to figure out the watering can. Yeah, that would be better. But I need life essence. Which I don't remember what that comes from other than plants. You have life essence? No, you just have fiber. Are those deer? Ooh, wheat. I should go look for corn. I saw corn on the way here. It'll still grow without being next to water. Oh, cool. Okay. Well, that and the water only makes crops grow. Oh, they only make crops grow faster? Interesting. Interesting. Is this an update, or is this like a thing that you added to the server? This like in the left corner having it say what it is? Hey Lily, welcome back. It's going good. I added it. Okay. Is this a frog? Oh my god, it's a frog. Hello, Mr. Frog. It's a bunny. The bunny really big. Where the fuck is the corn? I need corn. Hey, big guy. You wanna fight? Ow. I did. Give me your linen. I wanna find some corn so I can grow some corn. I added a simple grass growing mod, gravestones, and the Wyla thing. Wyla thing? I like the aesthetic so far. Yeah, it's nice. Hello? Yeah, look, the cows. These are cows. I don't know how to make leads yet. Look at the little baby cow. I need corn. I know there's corn somewhere around here. So I was coming here and there was corn. All mods are server side too, which is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Chicken! That's a chicken. Wolves? Oh shit. These wolves are not friends. These wolves are not friends. Ow! Back the fuck up, man. Back the fuck up. I don't want to die. Can I eat raw meat? No, the chicken. The chicken. I'm gonna die. Oh, shit. I think it already ate the chicken. Alright, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna need corn. Pick the wheat. Is that a ranger? What the fuck? I'm not fucking with that. I do not have enough health to be fucking with that. I just want some corn, man. Also, there's climbing in this game. There's climbing in this game. Like, if you go to, like, a side and you... wait, hold on. I still need to be, like, 3 tall. Wait, hold on. See? You can, like, go over. You can climb stuff, which is nice. Because I will say, I feel like it's a bit frustrating in Minecraft when you can't, like, climb over things. I need more lettuce. Is that pixels over there? I need corn. I sworn I saw corn around here somewhere. Maybe I just grow the things I have now. Well, no, because I need to grow the birch tree saplings. And in order to do that, I need... Let me drop stuff off. I love seeing your first reaction to climbing. Just... Yeah, it was really cool. I really liked it. Would add that to Minecraft 10 out of 10. Vaping in Vegas. I will say it's a bit weird when you're just like up against like a singular block and it just slides you up like that, but outside of that, it's pretty good. Let me drop stuff off at my house. Hello, Fox. Yo. Hello, Biggie. Hello, Biggie. I love you, Biggie. It's nice to see all the grass grown. It's nice. Yeah, like all the grass grown here. It's nice. I worked so hard on that. Okay. Let me drop stuff off. Honestly, I should redo the chests actually over here. Let me do that instead. So I don't really like how I set them up. Okay, so did I tell you about that or did someone else? I think you told me about that, I think. This is gonna be all the food. This is plant. I don't know. I think this is plant. That's not necessarily food. I need another chest though. We have a food chest. It's like this chest. I'll take your word for it. Thank you. Oh, did I just break it? Oh, no, I don't think I picked it up. Give me the chest. Am I not close enough? Give the chest. Why is it not giving the chest? There's a chest there. That's fine. I'll just keep organizing. Okay. Orange glowing mushroom, meat, berries, pine cone. Pine cones can go in here. It's like a seed thing. Oh, I got my chest. Alright, this one will be for plants. Boop, 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 boop. I will say, I think there are more plants than otherwise. Petals, feather leaf, mushrooms, moss. There we go. Apples. Are these apples? They are apples. I think the rest of these are plants. I need another chest. I think I have enough to make it. I do. Plant. Plant fiber is like a crafting material. Same with the life essence, I feel like. So that's a bit different. Okay, there's our plant chest. 4 bits! Thank you! Thank you for the biddies. Thank you. I really appreciate the biddies. You have no idea what is happening. Hello, sir. What is this? A capture? It has a chicken! Used to capture small animals in order to bring them back home. Chicken! Wait, can I capture the pig? Is the pig gonna be too big? It's a small pig. The pig is kind of small. Oh god, this fog. Piggy! Piggy was near the mushrooms. Piggy! Piggy! Put the chicken away first. Oh, there is a chicken in here. Oh, I don't have a pen for him. I'll keep it. I'll put it in a chest so that way we don't lose the chicken. I have to make a pen for the chicken first if that's the case. I didn't know. I thought it was just like it. Does it say it has a contains? Oh, I guess it says in parentheses chicken. I didn't know if it meant it could only capture chicken or if it meant it had chicken. I'll put him in this box because he's special. Special. Now I'm finally free of my leftover bits. Yippee! Now I want to get you a chicken. Thank you. Okay, I need another. I thought I made one. I guess I didn't. Okay, so this one, and then I can put crafting materials in here. So like life. I keep in this one. This. Oh, thank you for the cabbage seeds. Sap. Medium hide. Which put that here. Take these ones and put those in here. A shelf. We put sticks in here. Stone rubble. I don't know if white sandstone rubble also counts as like stone, but I guess we'll find out. But then we need to make a bigger block chest. Which maybe gassy, I don't know. Maybe a little bit of both. Take all. I don't know which way I want to orient these chests. I think I'll do it this way, I think. That way we can have a bunch of that. Hi, Bumby! Welcome on in. Hello. I put away all my wood. Actually, I'm gonna put the beach back and I'll go get other wood to use. Hello. How are you? I'm gonna take all this so I can reorganize it. And put the buckets in here, the chicken in here. I'm gonna put this crafting stuff in here. The void heart I'll keep. Cinder, we don't have one of those. Essence of fire. Crude hammer. How is everyone? Doing pretty good. How are you? Actually, 829. I don't know what does more damage. I think I'm just gonna stick with the mace though. I kind of like the book one more though. I actually don't know which one does more damage. I'll put this in here. My crude hatchet can go in here. I don't want to keep my hammer on me and my hoe. Boom powder and then blocks and stuff. Oops, excuse me, Mr. Candelabra. Seems like the green is damage tier and each weapon has different moveset. Oh, okay. Let's see. I'm just gonna organize. I guess flower can stay here. Sturdy chitlin can stay there. Raw fish is gonna go in the food chest. And then this. Oh, and then this. High tent roof slope. Oh, interesting. I guess it's like a, not a... It's not. I wouldn't go in there. This, and then this is a furniture thing, so we'll put that right here. Furniture. I wonder what this looks like. Does it make it like a little tent? I feel like it makes a little tent. Oh, it's a little tent now. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Yo! What's this? Unlock backpack? Yippee! Thank you. Look, it makes a little, I'll make a little tent. I'll make it bigger. There you go. There you go, now we have a little tent. It's a roof, but it looks like a tent. I have a tent now. I need to go, it's almost night, so I guess I could sleep, but let me plant this for now. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Sleep time. Who are you playing with? I am playing with Pixels and Sim, my 2 mods. 2 of my mods, I should say. 2 of my mods. Fuck, what's up? Or like if it's just a friend or so, huh? Or it's too cool. Fire alarm. Oh fuck! Why did the fire alarm happen last year at a cold time too? Didn't it? I'm sorry, Vexed. I'm sorry for your loss. I need to go look for corn. I don't know where I go find corn, but I'm gonna go look for corn. This is flat. This is just flat. What happened here? I've learned so many people's secrets in the last 2 days because I have a reputation of trustworthy. Almost all the secrets are plans that'll happen in the future. Almost all the plans hinder on other plans, and all I can do is watch because I won't spill secrets. On God, that's kind of how it is, though. Is that a bear? There's a bear up there. Vexed has a rather poo-poo day, and I'm sorry, Vexed. This has happened to you. Found wheat. I feel like there was corn on the way here, so. Good this year. Don't shoot me. Run, 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 run. Okay, cool. Good this year. Oh, the wolf that killed the chicken. Ow. Haha, I did it. Oh my god. Ow, ow, ow! Ah, ah, ah! Leave me alone! Asshole! Ow! What the fuck? I gotta eat the wheat. Just gotta eat raw wheat. Oh, fucking asshole. I feel like raw wildlife is gonna make me sick. What the fuck? Berries. Give me the berries. You leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you either. Oh, it's a ranger. I gotta leave. Gonna hurt me. They're going to hurt me, and it will not be nice. Actually, I wonder how immersive this is. Oh, did it not work? It didn't work. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. Doesn't matter. Corn, corn, corn. Gonna get corn. Need corn. I don't know, a bunch of berry bushes. A bunch of bushes in general. Ooh, I need this wood. I need this wood. Let me get some of this wood. It'll be good this year. Sap. Plant fiber. Alright. There's more wheat over there. I don't see any corn. Fuck this, no one else is evacuating. Yeah. Maybe it was like someone pulled it or something and it wasn't like a test thing. Hello, dear. Hello, other deer. Need corn. Do you know where corn is, dear? Those are horses. What the fuck are those? Are they mad? Are they gonna eat me? They look like in I swear to kids all do that all the time. They look like these ones look like the woolly mammoths and Don't Starve Together. Alright, let me eat this berry and then I'll find out they're friendly. Hello? Are you friendly? Hi. Oh, they're friendly. They're friendly. They're so cute. I like them. That scared the shit out of me when he moved. I thought he was gonna eat me. I've been tempted to do that, but thankfully I have enough self-control. That's good. I don't understand the allure of pulling a fire alarm. Like, I understand, like, touching a button you're not supposed to, but at the same time, it's kind of like fire alarms will affect people more than just yourself. You know? A Barbie. I want corn. I don't know where to find corn. Norman, I think you're the cheek pack and the wellness check. Let me drink some water. If you bucket, milk them and drink it. Oh, I don't have any buckets right now. I left them at home. Fuck off. Fuck off, you hurt. Ow. Bad dog. Hello, bunnies. Bunnies are nice. Squirrels are nice. Where doth be the corn? Need corn. Maybe that place has corn? Let's go find out. I'm not seeing any corn in the distance. What the fuck is that? What is that? I don't want to know. Looks like it'll beat my ass. It's gonna hurt. It's a wolf. I don't want to fight another wolf. Hello. Oh, are you eepy? Take all. Good night, Moon. Mwah. I hope you sleep well. Tuck, 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 tuck. I hope you sleep wonderfully well. I hope you have a wonderful wake up in the morning. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello. And thank you also for the biddies. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful eep. Me up. Oh, blue log. We have azure logs next to the house.
I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl.
But that scared the shit out of me. Just pop up me going, I'm a little girl. Hello? Oh. Oh, shit. There's two. Oh, shit. Oh, there's three of them. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh. Ah. Fucking asshole. I gotta go back to my death marker. Man. Hold on. Move marker. I want to remove my death markers because I don't need all of them. I can just swim across the water, actually. Oh! Oh! Thanks for texting gravestones. I haven't done that yet. Oh, yeah, no problem. Is that fish gonna attack me? Oh my god, no, it's not. Okay. I'm actually very nervous of being in water. But I guess I want to see if there's any dangers in the water. Oh, this is tripping me out real bad. Okay, I'm just gonna... I was over here thinking there was a new YouTuber. No, we're playing Hightail today. Nope, we're playing Hightail today. But I am contemplating making a new mod pack just for those new babies. Compact. Have you seen the babies? Can't wait for the sea monster update. I will shit my pants. I will shit my pants. I can't look down. I have minor thalassophobia, and I keep thinking there's something under the water that keeps freaking me out. Can I have a pet lobster? I want a pet mouse. There's a mouse near the house. I actually don't know if he's still there. He's pretty cool. Like we're ancient Egyptians. You know, I could probably make a boat. There's probably boats in this game, right? There's probably a boat. I probably should have thought about that. If you give a mouse a cookie. But what about some cheese? That's probably better for their diet. I'm down for doing a new server. Yeah, I might do that. I might copy the stuff I have built, but we'll see. We'll see. It depends because it won't be until I figure out what happens first. The new Minecraft update or the back port for the babies. Because I really want the babies. Have you seen or heard of Cobblemon? I have. The only thing with Cobblemon... Oh, fuck, I went too far. Is that I'm not really into Pokemon. Like, I know a lot of people... What is this? What is this? What is this? Is this a hamster? It's a boar piglet? It's baby! Wait, I want to see what they look like in the front. Wait. Please, I just want to know what you look like in the front. Oh, please, come back. Please, come back. Little guy. Wait, we can see one over there. Oh, look. He looked stupid. He look stupid. Look at the little face. Look at the little face. Look at it. I love him. I love that little boar piglet. He's so cute. The boop boop boop. The baby. The little baby. Okay. Oh, I wish I had the capture thing. I wonder if that would work on baby boar piglets. Damn. Oh my god. That was amazing. 10 out of 10. Well, there's bird nests. I will say it would be cool. I understand that it would be very hard to do, but it would be cool to have like a modded Minecraft server and a Hightail server. And like there would be like a hub. And you could choose to either go into the portal that lets you into Minecraft or it lets you into Hightail. That'd be pretty cool. One game, two options. Two games, one thing. I don't know. If there'd be any anime mod on the new server instead of Cobblemon, can I beg for Roundabout? If you put it in the Minecraft server chat, I can look it over. Fuck you. Uh-oh. I got my... Ow! Stop it. Ow. I just want corn. I'm leaving. These guys suck. Is that a fucking ogre, bro? I want a sword. I want that sword. I hope it would be just as big on me. I kind of want to fight him. The thing I don't like about Cosmon is you can have elytras, or at least I haven't found how to make it. How come you can't have elytras? Like, is there a compatibility thing that breaks the interaction between the two? Corn! Is this different? Is it aspen? I don't know if I picked up aspen yet. I think they just make... Oh, there's a baby aspen? Yeah, that was a baby aspen, that's why. We do need more aspen logs, though, for the house. Let's see how much I got. Oh, wait, no, we need birch. Oh, well, at least we've harvested birch now. Okay, it just says it doesn't allow it. I try to force it, give the command to test it. Interesting. Weird. I wonder if it's because, like, you have flying Pokemon, and because you have flying Pokemon, it's like you can't... Thank you, Compact. I wonder if it's because, like, you have flying Pokemon, if it's like just use that. Or maybe it has to do with how you move. Cause like it's possible that like even though your Pokemon are like if they're out, aren't they out? I don't know if they're like always in Pokeballs, but I think you can have an out. I think maybe the movement of Elytras might bug out the Pokemon. Like the how fast the game updates where you are bugs out the Cobblemon, and then it like will lag it. It's you and me, you and me. Bye. Ow. Could be. Yeah, that's my only thing is like that Electra's. I really want a boar piglet now. Okay, I gotta go make a pen for the chicken so I can go see if I can pick up a boar piglet. Cause I want a boar now. But the boar baby was so cute. But I don't know what the boars look like when they grow up. That's the one thing though. Sometimes I don't like it when animals like grow up. You got some peanut M&Ms for me? Of course I do. I have some in the kitchen, and I have some in the container that got funded. Okay, I'm just gonna swim across again. And hopefully not get my ass eaten by something that I don't know is in the water. Can you swim? Can you swim in here? Oh, you can. Well, this is not as scary now that I can see underneath. Little fishies. It wasn't so scary. Crystalline depths, what? What? Looks pretty normal to me. I don't like how big the water can be. Thank you for the lurk. I don't like how big the crevices are down here. It kind of gives me the spook. Ooh. I got a coral seashell. There's Dory. Where is the house? The house is over there. I think I might have went a bit bold. Ooh, I gotta make a thumbnail for tomorrow. I can do that later, though. There we go. Just gotta go. Wonder what kind of trees these are. If they're different. Or if they're just like the biome is different, so the leaves are different kind of thing. Oh, it's a maple tree. What kind of wood is it? Oh, it doesn't say. Okay, that's fine. I might break one down. I might break this one down just to see what kind of wood it gives. And to see if it gives you anything different in the crafting recipe. Or in the building table. I like how this breaks. It's nice. What's happening over here? What's up with this mushroom? What is up with you? Blood cap mushroom? It's mine now. I want to climb. Eh. Eh. That was nice. I like that a lot. I like this climbing mechanic because then it doesn't make you feel like you have to, like, use blocks to get up and down, and I think that's nice. I think that's the biggest change between Hytale and Minecraft is you don't need blocks to, like, scale that kind of stuff. Good, this wood. This wood is so funky. That's a bear. Home. I made it home. I kind of want to play with the reshade a little bit. What does this one do? Oops. Adaptive tone mapper, Unreal Engine 4. Ooh, Uncharted. FXAA and HDR might be good. Okay. FXHA and HDR. Oh. Yeah, it looks like FXAA doesn't really do much, but that HDR stuff does stuff. DPX HDR power. Like that. Levels. Is there... Ooh, what the fuck is it called? Oh, what the fuck is it called? Oh, I know Pixels knows the word, but I want to figure out the word. Oh, wait, what's this one? Ooh, I kind of like this one. I kind of like that one. Ooh, okay, what's the thing called? Oh, maybe I don't remember what it's called. Fuck. But SSA, let me know what you want me to tell you about. The plant thing. What is the plant thing called? When plants have light go through and then it's cool. I forgot what that's called. Wanted to be loved. She really does. Yeah, but like, what's it called? It's okay if they can't fake it. I just forgot what it's called. Subsurface? Thank you. Or subsampling. What's that do? Blooming. Chroma sampling. Oh. I don't know what that does. I probably don't need it then. Barbados before canvas max. Vibrant. It really, really does. Pong? Oh, Jesus. Oh, ambient light? What was that one? Not enough. I think I like that. That's pretty nice. I feel like the darks are a little dark, but I think that's okay. Oak maple. Oh God. Oh, I should have thought about this. Uh-oh. Oh God. Oh God. I'm clicking all the wrong buttons. Okay. Put this here. Is this? Yeah. They won't be mine. Bloom sensitivity. Bloom saturation. Bloom spread. Timothy. Oh, I think I like that. Does. Yeah. It'll help prevent from it applying to the UI. Yeah, there was that. Where is it? Super depth 3D. I don't know what this does. Oh wait, no, there was a UI thing. Keep UI. I think it's okay. I don't mind it. Does Aspen change? Ooh, Aspen's got like thatch on it. That's something G-Shade's very nice for. That's fair. Oak. Maple. Maple has, oh, it's the dark one, but it's blue. Ooh, shit, but I like the white. I like this one a lot. Okay. Craft 47. Oh, I did the wrong one. This is what the hammer's for. Please don't hang my head up and cry. I wonder why. How's it going for a ride? In the lake. I miss you when you're gone. I don't really like that, to be honest. I can't decide what I should. Oh, let's do it this way. Actually, this. Yeah. Wait, nope, I'm doing it wrong. There you go. Yeah. Have you heard of I have! Star showed that to us. I could make like my own models and stuff. It looks very cool. I don't know if I'd get into it because that's a whole ass thing. Oh. And this game uses it too. That makes sense. I feel like most games that are voxel use it, which makes a lot of sense. I don't know if I want this here. I just had it for like layout purposes. Rode away too thick. Metaphors such a shouldn't be a dick. True when you sleep. Yeah, there you go. I like that. That's a lot nicer. Wood. You can put patterns on the wood. It's kind of like, you know, Chisel and Bits and Star. You have a table that, like, can tell you, like, the patterns you can make in the wood. Like, so, like this. And then, like, see how these have, like, different, like, 3 types? You can toggle those with the hammer. That's pretty cool. I wonder if this changes this at all. It does not. It makes sense. I need to make corn seeds. I didn't mean to make all that corn. It's fine. I need corn. Like, if you change the block into a style block, you can put it back. Yeah, isn't it nice? I've ever seen. Living hell I did. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's wrong, Vexed? What happened? My game crashed? Oh no! Ooh, fuck. Sorry about that, champ. I need to make corn seeds. Or carrot seeds, but that's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I shouldn't build in my jail cell. Your jail cell? Huh? Can I make a... Oh, wait, no, that's in this one, isn't it? Watering can. It only makes 3. Craft. Fishing trap. Oh, copper hoe. Chicken. Oh, I need a chicken coop, but I need more life essence. Hey, hey, Jester. What's up? Welcome on in. Can I, like, fix the water by doing this? No? Okay. Not much. How you doing? I'm good. Just playing some Hightail. I won with the Min-Min. They take prisoners. Fair. Here we go. Okay, so that's gonna be carrots. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This will be cabbages. 4, 5, 6. And then wheat. Make carrots. 3, 4. Oh, I can only make 4. Do we have any more life essence in here? Greater essence. Shoot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I need more essence. Poo. Poo. Oh! Wait, no, I had those. Oh, never mind. Okay, I need corn. And then the greater life essence, so I'll trade that with this. And then what else do I need? I need 5 more carrots, 4 more corn, and 1 more birch. Ah, shit. I was using my birch. Ooh. I don't remember when this was dropped. This is why I have a toggle armor thing, huh? God damn it. God damn it. Oh, that's interesting. You can use Essence of Life to just craft food. That'd be very expensive. Be quite silly. Any soil and plant fiber. This is also a bit silly. Pumpkin! 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 Sorry. 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 The brain rot. It took me over a little bit. Cabbage. There you go. Does everybody have to sleep? Oh, okay. It looks like it. That's fine. I'm gonna AFK really quick because I already used the restroom, so I will be right back. I will be right back. A toggle isn't working though. Hold on. Oop. Welcome back. Thank you. It's this one. Controller item. Why is that not working? Oh god, that scared the shit out of me. Do I not have that on this one, maybe? Is that the problem? Oh, okay. They're not. Oh. Okay. Let me fix that then. I don't know what thing this is. Maybe like 5. Hold on, I need to. No, not that one. It's this one. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think that's good. Does this look believable? I gotta move myself. Hold on. Wait, split the live to in front of backwards and select. Oh. Pin layers. Pin it to a specific thing? Can I pin it to my chest? Chest. I think that's good. And then if I go back over here. Maybe chest is not what I want. Nearly full iron. Yeah, he just going hard. He going, yep. Grinding. I don't know. Hips. Forearm. I feel like that makes sense to be on chest. What the fuck? Did I pin it? Let me do it again. Lady, your arms have attached from your body. I know, I have this cool power where I can detach things from my own body, you know? It's pretty cool. Fuck. Elaine's starting to think I might get a controller toggle. Does that kind of work? Does that kind of work? Oh, it's pissing me off. I don't want it. I don't want it. It's pissing me off. I'll do this anyway. All I only wanted was a bit of bread. Oh, Pixels, this is a song that RD keeps quoting, by the way. So I was given stuff? Was I given stuff? Copper Greaves. Oh, I get Pixels leftovers. That's what's happening. Okay. It's not aesthetic. I look ugly. I look ugly. I'm to one of my corn. Do I have enough now? I'm short a carrot. Need this carrot to grow faster. Now, are seeds... Oh, seeds are purely life essence. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, my cabbage grew. Well, it's not done yet. Okay. This one. And make more. This one. And then I want to make 5, 6 of these. 6 cabbages. And 6 wheat. Okay. Boop. Oops. In the water. That's fine. Okay. There you go. And sort. Wait, I need that. Are you gonna grow? In the third person. In the third person. That's grown already? Why can't I just gather it? Okay. Yeah. Hungry, hungry hypocrite. I hate catchy choruses and I'm a hypocrite. Hungry, hungry hypocrite. Yeah, there's some that just give me the seed bag. I don't really know. Okay, the jail sale is done. They have a sink, a toilet, soap, TP. Fuck yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Carrot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's motherfucker? Catchy choruses and I'm a hypocrite. Hungry, hungry hypocrite. I hate catchy choruses and I'm a hypocrite. I need a little more breathing room for these crops. I need let go dirt. Need dirt. I hate catchy choruses and I'm a hypocrite. Hungry, hungry hypocrite. I hate. Okay, I should make stuff with oak. I think oak would be okay. Simple wood ladder fence. Gate. Two gates. Okay. Those are a feminist and say bitches and hoes. Those noses a feminist. Burn them. You know what? Oh. But that one. Oh. Burn them. And then this one. Those hoes. Oh, hoes. Oh, that's so cute. I really like how that does that. There we go. It's coming together, chat. I think I need to do one more row, though. Bitches and hoes don't exist, but I'm right here. Damn, Vex, don't say that like that. I'm hungry. What would I have for breakfast tomorrow? What do you think I should have for breakfast tomorrow, Chad? Let's see. We can have peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. We could do that. We could do egg and toast. We could do egg and rice. If we I think we have rice left over. So we could do egg and rice. What else do we have? What else? Egg and rice for real? Okay. Make bacon, fry the rice in bacon fat, then put the bacon crumbles into the I don't know. Listen, that sounds like a banging idea, my guy, but here's the problem. I had bacon for breakfast today and yesterday. I cannot in good conscience give myself more bacon to eat. You know, you dig? Like that would I feel like my cholesterol is already probably not great, so I feel like I don't know if I'll survive another day doing that. How many more do we need? 1. Oh, it doesn't select. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Power of Costco bacon, infinite bacon all the time? No, because you could eat all the bacon. Oh, I made 12. Oops. It's okay. No, because like then I'm gonna have diabetes again. I'm gonna be pre-diabetic again, and the doctors are gonna be like, what the fuck? And I'll be like, I'm sorry, bacon. Okay, I need to make new chests. For like farm things. I'm gonna put my hoe in here. Look at them grow. So wet, good. I don't know how or when they become not wet, so. Aspen log. Okay, so what else do we need? I think we need just more carrot. One more carrot, I think. We do. And it looks like it takes from chests nearby, which is nice. One more carrot, and then what wood? Light wood. So I need to go get more birch. I used all the birch in the house. Or on the house, I should say. Hello, little chicken. Look at the little baby chicken. Hello, baby. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. That's a bear. Just need some wood really quick. Just don't mind me, Mr. Bear. Just gonna get run. Oh, run. Oh, run. Oh, guys, we might. Okay, we're good. I was worried we fucked up a little bit there. Also, this is gonna piss me off. It's like crooked. It's like it's not full straight. Was that my doing? That might have been my doing. I feel like that wasn't my doing. I don't know. Could have been. It very well could have been. I think I have to wait a little bit more. I think it's like a step before mature. No. And I can also fix this, but that means I need my shovel. Alright, now I'm gonna go put sand back there. Boop. Sand. I wonder if sand has physics like Minecraft does. Let's find out. Boop. Oh, I just literally, I can't place it. I just can't place it. Okay. Interesting. And does it bugs out like it too? Mine wouldn't let me place it. It just would not. Would not have it. Update for one of the mods. Wait, what? Wah wah wah. Wah wah wee wah. Yeah, we should all be playing with most up-to-date mods. Okay. Okay. Are carrots done yet? I don't think so. My tongue got to work. My tongue got to work. I need to make stairs. I need to make more stairs. How much? I have 34. I'm gonna wait for the carrots to be done. Also, these did not grow the way I thought they would. Just kind of here.
Oh, bang!
Spadarian BT, welcome on in. How was your stream? How was Undertale? Welcome up on the way. Let me wave you on in. Hello. How was your stream? Did you have a good one? Was this your first time playing Undertale, or is this a replay? Mark is a sweetie. Welcome on in. Hello. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy as we play Hytale. We've been playing Hytale the past few days, so kind of just continuing our game. On your hot too, you said, "Oh, I said your name wrong." What? How do I say your name correctly? Please tell me. Genocide play. Oh, fair. I considered that at one point when I was playing Undertale years ago, but I was like, I am not going to be able to do it because the game is a lot harder. Upgrade. I can make the trees I want. Yippee! I need to make the trees. Ow! What the fuck? Fuck off. It's okay. I'm crashing out, man. Why are you crashing out? What's crashing out for? Why are we crashing out? First time here, we're crashing out. Why are we crashing out? But thank you so much for the raid. Again, if you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I'm happy to have you here. Alright, I was making fucking saplings. 10 out of 10 life essence for one? Shit. Also, where's my stove? I had a stove. I had the campfire. Oh wait, I guess I should use this, huh? Any type of vegetable. Popcorn. What am I making this? See what that's like. I spent 2 hours fighting Undyne and failing. On God, that's how I play games. She's good at Dark Souls themed bosses. Memorization isn't her strong suit. Fair? Svedra. Thank you. Thank you for telling me how to pronounce that. I appreciate it a lot. But fair, on God, when I play games like Elden Ring, I'm on a boss for like 3 hours probably, usually, because I get a little greedy. I got all the life essence now. But I hope that besides it being a little bit of a binky old bitch, I hope that it was fun. I hope that you still had fun. What seeds do I have? I have these ones, and I want 5 more carrot seeds. Rose cauliflower. You think I'm off stream for a bit? Because I'm just like, that's fair. Alright. Because I don't think... Looks like trampling's not really a thing in this game. So, where's my hoe? I think I put it in here. then I'm going to make them like this, and I'm gonna start planting them vertically, I think. So I only need like 5, I think, then. 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. And I need to make more. I want to make 5 cauliflower. And then 5 of these. I can only make 3. Damn it! My partner's got hightail. Oh wait, I can't follow the arrows. They make me dizzy when they start going fast. No, that's so fair. I go cross-eyed when that shit kind of happens. My partner's got hightail. It looks fun, so I might cave it and get it. I think it's pretty good if you just want like a new, like kind of newish, whatchamacallit, a new, my brain's farting. A new, kind of like survival to play. But it is very bare bones, so if you're okay with a pretty bare bones game, then I'd say, like, I'd recommend it. But if you're like, I'd rather wait till things are fully baked, then I would say wait. What does the eternal seeds mean? Because I don't want to make eternal seeds until I know what they do. Eternal grows wheat. Oh, so you need a bag of it. Oh. It's early access. These things happened. Yeah. It's early access. And honestly, I was like, I'm not going to try another early access game unless someone else gets it for me. And then Sim got me this game, and I was like, guess I got to try it now. All right. Where we at? All right. I need to make wood. Craft 24. Wheat is the best crop to farm for the essence and food. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you. Thank you for the advice. Very cool to know. Now, hopefully, I will just remember to make it, because sometimes I just get caught up. In the meantime, you can always hop on the maincoow Minecraft server and get a nuke. Yeah, you could, if you're subbed, though. To be fair, to be frank, Minecraft server is for subs only in the year, good lord's year of 2026. Like, literally nuke? Like, literally a nuke. Like, literally a nuke. Oh, did I use all my... I used all my blocks. Oh, shoot. Unless I did this wrong. You need to be normal. Made 2 nukes and decided the next person I see gets one? Hell yeah. You need to be normal. You can be flower. Alex's caves. I don't know where the bedrooms will be. I'll decide that later, I think. Lame. Man, imagine calling nukes lame. Imagining calling a portable fucking culture destroyer lame. I think nukes, no matter the degree, cannot be lame, in my opinion. Boop, 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 boop. I need more birch. I need to plant the birch saplings I have. What am I doing? I was kidding. It's honestly baby shit. Well, it's a community server. You gotta have some decency. If I haven't set it off yet, so I didn't know. I mean, it's the, to be fair, listen, even if it is baby shit, that doesn't matter. Because if you're gonna set off actual nukes in my Minecraft server, then you probably will not be in the Minecraft server for a very long time, if I'm gonna be frank. Ash. I need ash logs, man. You see a real world ender, Volts nukes, and they're not even the strongest bomb? I'm okay. My world's just like a world for, good goobers. I need to... Oh, I didn't mean to... God damn it. I fucked it up again. I just wanted to... It's this button. It's the stacking button. Keep forgetting that's a stacking button. To be trusted with one of those red or antimatter bombs. Oh, well, literal black hole. Listen, my PC would die. Okay? And then would die. It would be like, no. Oh, I should put this in the destruction and chaos. Listen, destruction and chaos in moderation. If I just gave you destruction and chaos all the time, it wouldn't be as fun. I hope those trees grow quickly. I don't know where I planted them. Oh, wait, they're right there. Okay. I mean, peace and tranquility. That better be what you mean, Star. I want to make. I kind of am sad that you don't get hunger in this game. Then there's the fact that you can attach enemies onto a missile. That is insane. Oh wait, no wait, I didn't mean to put that in there. Oh, hello, pixels. I want to move this. I think I'm gonna put it here. Right there. Oh, so when you break it, it de-tiers it. Interesting. But it gives you all the stuff back, which is nice. There you go. Some real mad shit. Forget the nuclear arsenal. Black hole bomb arsenal. Oh, God. Oh, goodness gracious. There you go. This chest I need to, take all. You break this chest. And then I think we should put the cooking one here, and then... I kind of want to leave that like that. Can we do... Maybe do it like this? I just put these back in here. Oh, not this app. This guy, and then this guy, and this guy, and this guy. I'm gonna have a bow, which I'll put in here. What you really need is to be afraid of is not having any. That's fair. I mean, I don't want to be in a game state, so I think I am okie dokie. Okay, I gotta place stuff. Okay, can we give me my sticks back though? Put this in here. Keep this essence of life on me. Boop. Oh, look at my plants. They grow. They grow. What's the next thing that needs to be upgraded though? Oak, ash, fir. Cool. 2 greater as. I don't think I need it to be tier 3 right now. Or tier 4, I guess. Yeah, I don't really need it to be tier 4 yet. We'll move this food stuff though. There we go. And then we'll put the campfire right here. Yeah, look, we can make wild berry salads. I need cows. Consumable mushroom salad. Wild berry salad. I'll do some wild berry salads. There we go. Whoa, a high roll chest. Cool. What are the saplings growing at? Do saplings take a long time to grow? It feels like they do. We should go explore something. We'll say cow really hot, and with that I take my leave. Bye, pretty cow lady. Bye, chat. Bye. Thank you for hanging out and chatting with us. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful night. Oh, I need to make more windows. Do I have the stuff to make windows? What did I make these out of? Simple windows? I think those were made out of oak. Those were made out of oak. I have a bit more oak. Yeah. And then Wait. Yeah, okay. It's that way. Yeah, I like that. That's kind of nice. I don't like it on the outside, though. Hold on, let me switch it. Eh. Gib. Wait, I want to put it on the other side. Wait, can I not put it on the inner side? Oh. Not really what I expected, but I think that's okay. A cat bug into a cow cat? How interesting. I am a cat cow. I'm a cat cow kind of lady. Put this in here. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome on in, Bag Zach. What else do I want to make? Does this be upgraded? No, it can't be. This one can be. This one has been upgraded. Do we have stuff to make a repair thing? We do. We have a lot of stuff to make repair stuff. Furniture? Any stone, any log. Give me the furniture table. I haven't looked at this yet. There we go. Oh, you can make a whole bunch of types of chests. A whole bunch of type of beds. You can make lanterns. Pottery, I guess. Textiles? I guess that's like wool stuff. Wooden walls. Wooden walls? Whoa. I kind of like this. White clay, cyan clay. Where do I get clay from? What is this? Oh, these are plushies? There's gonna be quite a few more types of furniture than are craftable. That's fair. What's this? A winter roll? I want this. How do I get clay? Where's clay come from? Where's clay come from? Does it say where clay comes from? White clay, smooth, clay, smooth. Wait, that would be from here, which I need sandstone? Whoa. Clay. Oh. Wait. Don't I have sandstone? Thought I had sandstone. This is sandy gravel. Where does this come from? Does it come from over here? No, I bet it comes from over here. Okay, select location. We're gonna go get more. I have a little bit, but I want to go make more. Interesting structures. That's what I've seen. Wait, what color do I want to make it? White clay? I like this one. Yeah, I like this one. How to make white? White petals. Do we have white petals? No. Okay, so put these in here for now. It's time to go on an adventure. Wait, can you make a boat? Can you make a boat? Are boats a thing yet? Armor, blackfish, chefs, farmers, tanning, rat builders. Okay, doesn't look like it, so we're gonna go on an adventure. Let me make a little bit more food. Craft. Okay. How far are we going? We're going to the left. This way. Wait, do I have to cross water? No, I don't have to if I don't want to. Okay. Go this way. The water. This water looks nice. I like how this water looks a bit different. Boop, boop. I also need white petals, so I need to find like daisies, I think. Is that a bear? I think that's a bear over there. What is this? Chalk. 'Tis chalk. Do not need... Hello? Pumpkin. 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 What's this? It's a large dead bush. Oh, I thought I could have the flowers in it. Pumpkins! Let's go. Pumpkin. Boom, doo, doo, doo. What's this? Mature potatoes! Yippee! I found potatoes. Yippee. Piggies! And wolves and skeletons. Okay, I'm just gonna go around. Just gonna go this way. White daisies. Hello, Barbie. Do 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 do. Give me this. I need a lot of life essence, so I need to grab these. Hello, Mr. Fox. This is like a savannah. Wait, no, that's gotta be what I'm looking for. Is that a lion? Uh-oh. Oh, tree. These are really big trees. I don't really want to harvest these trees. They're really big. What is this tree? Palm branch. So palm trees exist then. Ooh. Well, this guy got daggers. I don't think I can fight against daggers. I'm just gonna go around. What is this? Fire flower? What are you? What are you? Sand. What the fuck is that? Is that a wasp? I'm fucking this fucking... No thank you. What the fuck? Is that a fucking... What the fuck? Is that a griffin? Hey, that's an armadillo. That's a giant armadillo. Please don't fight me. Please, 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 please. Okay, I gotta go in there quickly. Oh my god, there's a scorpion. I don't like it here. Clay. Clay, clay. Okay, just make a little hole and start digging. What do you mean? There's not really a hole of clay here. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I saw the wing of something. Yeah, but I need the clay. I need all the clay. If I just hide in here, I'll be... Oh, my copper pickaxe broke! Oh, you gotta be fucking... I didn't come prepared. Okay, okay. I mean, it didn't take me long to come here, so I can just go back. Can you shovel it? Oh! You can shovel it. I'm just gonna take this whole mountainside. I feel like I'm gonna need like 300. So hopefully this shovel will last us till like we get like 300 clay. But then we need a lot of like petals, huh? And we just need wood to smell it, but I need to get off for a bit. No problem. That's fine. Okay, I think maybe 200 will be enough. Exposing myself a little bit here, but hopefully it'll be alright. Ah! 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 Stop that. You stop that. Ha 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 ha, asshole. Back to shovel. Try to do charge attacks? Oh, okay. That's fair. I just get scared and impatient, you know? I need more clay. Give me all the clay. Whoa. Sky at night looks cool here. Boop, boop. Okay, I just need like 4 more. Okay, I'm good. Let's get out of here. I have a fire flower. I don't know what it does, but I have one. This is red sand, okay. Is that a scorpion? Little Barbie. Little Barbie sleeping. Is that scorpion sleeping? Wonder if everything has a sleeping animation. That's kind of cool. What is that? Is that a boar? Yeah, those are boars. Cool. I like that things sleep at night. That's kind of cool. Like, that guy was not sleeping. That was a lion. Oh, there's a deer. There's a cactus. Can I have the cactus? Oh, okay. What's that glowing thing? Oh, there's a glowing thing over there. Thank you for the head pat. Do it again. It'd be really cool if that guy right there did not know. Actually, I have to go this. Wait, which way am I going? Let's go this way. What is that? Is that a tiny cat? What was that? Oh, don't notice me. Do not notice me. Do not notice me. Do not notice me. That's a snake! That's a snake! That's a snake! What the fuck? Cool. We're good. I gotta go this way. Alright. Here we go. Back home. We need a lot of white petals, though. What's that? Is that a frog? What is this? Looks like a poisoned dart frog. It's very nice. It's clear night. Excuse me, sorry. Aw, things sleep. That's cool. What is this? Blood leaf? Oops. We've been through. Oh, shit. We get through. Over to you. This life essence. Yeah, I ain't fucking with either of those guys. I do not want to. I would rather swim. Yes. Take my dumpling. You. Yeah, I'm not fucking with no ogres. Hello, fishy. Into a dumpling. I'm gonna get you. Fuck did I do? Dim something. Ooh, crab. Shit, that scared the fuck out of me. I need more white flowers. You owe me a damn thing. I like the leaves on these blue trees a lot. They're very pretty. I like how they're like helixed. Don't fuck around. That's where yeah, that's why I ain't fucking with them. I do like that everything sleeps though. Like you can everything sleeps. That's actually really cute. Like at night everything sleeps. I think that's quite nice. Gosh, this is actually really pretty. Up on the coffee table, you say you don't feel that. I said, no, fuck that. You said, come on, be a man. A total anti-fascist, hockey fighter, moral who collapses. There's a spider, cool. Is there really you? I'm home. I am home, and I bring back clay. 5 years, baby. 5 years, 5 years. I had three white petals. Can I make... There we go. Do I have any more? I have 2 more. That should be a better way to get petals. Gray clay? Hold on, is gray clay easier? Like, does any of them just take normal clay? Yellow clay? No, it doesn't look like it, so I might as well just make these ones, I guess. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see what this looks like. Boop. Ooh, it connects? What? What? Why doesn't it connect horizontally? What? What? That just... It's just how it is, I guess? Find that interesting that it only connects vertically and not any other direction, I'm presuming? Maybe rotate it? It didn't give me an option to, like, rotate it, I think, when I was holding it. Yeah, I can press tab or I can press M, and that's all I can do with that. I mean, it doesn't look bad, it's just not what I was expecting, considering that everything else was able to, kind of stack. Strange, yes. More rubble. More rubble. I don't think we need all this rubble, to be honest. Should make an essence chest. Hey, that's what I could use this for. Essence chest. We got... Where's the essence? Essence. Boop, boop. I got fire flowers. Pumpkin. I got pumpkins now. Boop, 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 boop. I wonder if I can make the eternal seeds now. Or if I have enough to make, the seeds that I want. Like, quick, give me a woman's name. Shelly! $30 per? I guess we could like reduce it down to 4, maybe. My hoe, I do have my hoe. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, no problem. Let me reduce these down to 4, because having more than like only a couple is like kind of expensive. Wait, but having 5 is nice because yeah, never mind. Dirt, dry mud. Where's my dirt? Dry dirt, dry mud. What? What? What happened to my dirt that I just... Is it... There we go. Okay, let me see if I can make the... One, two... Oh, I don't have enough. That's okay. 1, 2, 3... There. Now they're... It says they're eternal, so I'm presuming that they'll just grow into more. I already have... 2 more wheat. 5, and then... There we go. And then I need 5 carrots. Do I really only have that much life essence? Essence chest. Yeah, I only have 5 left. That's crazy! Man, those are expensive. I guess I could just plant these normally, I guess. 1, 2. So I only need a few more. Stack, and then those. It's very interesting that you can't make seeds out of, the plant itself, I guess. And you need life essence to grow it, I guess. But I guess it's so that way you don't lose the crop, I guess. They give you life essence instead. Lettuce. I can craft 2, I think. Yeah, so let's grab some more lettuce. Lettuce. There we go. Okay, the trees have grown a little bit, but they're just branches. So I guess I have to let them grow more. Boop, 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 boop. Stack stuff. Oh, but I need... Okay, so how do I make charcoal? Wonder... Hold on. Give me these. Oh, so if I just turn it on... Oh. Boop. More stuff in here. Oh, it's only 25? A stack of 25? Interesting. There we go. Let me get more, so it's a full stack. Boop. Cool. Oop. And then turn it on. Let's see how this is going. It's doing pretty good. I should give it more iron. Boop. Boop. Boop, boop. There you go. The algorithm suggested me the backstory of this game. I guess Riot is bummed out so hard right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah, dude. And it's fucking awesome. Honestly, even though this game was made like 60 million, right? Make that a week or some shit. Yeah, but like they're missing out on a cash cow. I feel like they know they're missing out on a cash cow, and I think that's the thing that's probably having them malding is that like they're missing out on a cash cow. put this there. Guess it doesn't really make sense because I have a torch here, but I don't move the torch. Let's see, we have more furniture stuff in here. I want to move these out of here. Oh. So I'll put this for... What do you do with this? Breaking the cobble. Seemed like there was 5 years of devs and not a lot to show, which is why they sold it back. And then 30 people did it in 8 weeks. Shrugs. I guess you shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. I need to fix my... Ooh, I want an iron pickaxe now. I'll salvage this guy. I would also like this. I mean, I don't think I need that. Salvage. Large pile of books? I wonder what that does. So it's the copper back. Probably didn't help that they fired a bunch of peeps. Yeah, I feel like in a way though, it might have helped. Maybe it stopped like blocks. Like people blocking other people and only the competent people were like, it's up to us now. My sticks back. The book's in there for now. Oh, we have flowers. I forgot. Oh, this is not where flowers belong. They belong over here. So wait, does one daisy give multiple petals? It gives you 4. I guess I could just go look for more petals. Petals and more wood. Oh, I need a repair kit for my shovel, though. Craft. Wait, what? How do I... Use repairs. Repaired item will lose 10% of their maximum durability. What? Then what's the point? I can resign. Oh. Or skill issues, as the youngins say. Exactly. Let's see. I think these might be birch trees. I don't know where birch trees grow. Maybe these are birch trees? I mean, I gotta go back to the beginning anyway to do the progress thing. The progression thing, I think, so. Might as well go do that. Move marker. I've already been there. Maybe I'll see some, brain thinky good. Maybe I'll find more white daisies so I'm out. There's a bear over there. Not gonna fuck with a bear. Boop, boop. What do sunflowers give you? Just sunflower? Oh, they give you yellow petals. I see. Oh, it's so cute. I like jumping when I run, but I realize there's no jumping skill in this game, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Blue flags, okay. Okay, presume that would give you blue petals. You mean you only get petals? Yeah, you don't get sunflower seeds. That's what I was thinking, because you can make sunflowers. You can like grow sunflowers, but you can't grow sunflower seeds or have sunflowers. Eat them, I think. I'm gonna put this over here. We'll have to go this way. Yeah, here we go. Give me all of this. We have so many sticks. I mean, I guess sticks is good for turning into coal and stuff. And smelting stuff, so. Hello, piggies. Baby piggy! Wait, baby piggy. Where'd the baby piggy go? Where's the face of the baby piggy? Come here, baby piggy. Come here, baby piggy. Can't run. Your mic peeked out so hard. I'm sorry. Oh, let me move the mic away from my face. Oh, where is the baby piggy? No, piggy, no, piggy, no, piggy, no. Okay. I'm just gonna leave. I don't want that piggy to. Oh, sorry, piggy. I need more wood. I need more wood. Oh, what the fuck? This goes into a cave. Why is it freaking out and being passive and aggro? What does that mean? It's a rat. Sorry, Mr. Rat. I know you would have eaten my bones if you could have. Yeah, there's a bunch of, like, birch trees over here. I think? Birch, yeah, okay, cool. Ooh, are those lily pads? Will they give me white petals? White water lily. Bonk. They do give you white petals. Cool. Really cool guy. Does the stumps just stay there forever after you chop the tree? Yeah, probably. I think you gotta like break them down, but I'm kind of lazy and I don't really wanna. You can't even see them. More white flowers. Yes. Give. Guy in 1985. White guy. 1985. I keep turning instead of going straight. Where am I? Where am I going? Where am I going? Answers that I want to know. I forgot. Okay, well, we're just gonna go to where the marker says it is. Fight to survive. There's more white flowers here. White guys. 1985. Cows. 1985. White guys. I will say I am kind of surprised that Hytale didn't come out for... or on Steam, I guess. But I guess they didn't need to because they had that solo launcher. I just read that it would have been on Steam. Don't want to fuck with them wolves right now. More white flowers. Look at the baby boar. And then the bigger boar look open too. Oh, they're the babies. What are those? What are these? They're like fluffy piggies. Oh. They're fluffy. I guess I wonder if like the different biomes mean that there are like different variants of mobs. I think that would explain why I've seen like multiple types of like pigs and like those I think are like cows or bison or something. but for this biome, this one sounds a bit more like a swamp. Can I go this way? Yeah, or I can go around. To be honest, I think that's a correct choice. With the hype of the crowd they already gathering, releasing on Steam only means giving away 30% of their revenue. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think like with how much hype they have, it was definitely a smart move. I'm curious, does this give me blue petals? It does. Okay. Oh, okay. I actually don't know if this game has fall damage. I would presume it does. Hello, boy noise. Mushrooms. Boop, 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 boop. Sheep. There's a wolf. No, let's go this way. Oh, my neck is so stiff. A dandelion. The last dandelion. And the horses. There's the horses. Hello, horses. Let's see. Let's see where I am on the map. Okay, I'm not far. That's a bear. Oh, thank you. I don't have all my health. So let me eat a carrot. So I'm not missing a lot of health, so. Will be if I run into that bear, though. Hello, Barbie. Boop, 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 boop. Hello. Hello, chicken. Look at the little baby chicken. And then the boar. Hello, Mr. Boar. Hello, baby boys. I wish there were more variants because I feel like I've seen quite a few red, blue, and yellow variants. I wish I saw more variants of those kind of white flowers. I feel like I've only seen daisies and the white lotuses. Okay, hello. Hello. I'm supposed to touch something down here, I was told. I have to fight the guy now? Ah, fuck. That makes sense. I got you, bitch. Ow. Oh my god, he's spinning to win. He's spun to win. Ow, 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 ow. That was rude. He was not supposed to spin to win like that. That was very rude. No, don't go back. Don't go back. I don't know if you... Oh, you reset, you fuck. How? It's like Valheim. That's fair. Oh my god. Ow. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, run. Run, 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 run. Hehe, not as fast as me, fucker. Ooh. Come on, you're almost dead. Stop spinning to win, man. Jesus. Oh, I keep missing. Smack him. Oh, he's almost dead. Eh. Ah ha ha ha, bitch. I did it. I did it. What's this? Whoa. Forgotten Temple. Hmm. Look at the little people. Hello. Hello. Got animals here. There's a bunch of white daisies here. I can't have these. Hello. Hello. Alright, they'll escape. Okay. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. You're cool. This is cool. Hmm. What is this? We have unlocked the memories. Void curse keep Orbis locked away, but there are many yet to break. There may yet be a way to break it. A deity rests in the heart of Orbis. Seek out memories of Orbis, myriad creatures, and record them to restore her will. Your inventory now can store a limited number of memories underneath a special section. Return the heart of Orbis to unlock a variety of rewards. Oh, this is cool. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. This is cool. I guess I gotta run back now, though. Oh, bye. Oh, I like that all the animals here have flowers. Very nice. Very nice. What's that over there? What's this over here? Is this anything? Doesn't look like it. Hmm. Beep 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 doo. That's cool. I like it. Very cool. Boop. I realized you guys were getting none of the game sounds. So I never turned the stream PC noise on. My bad. My bad. Cool. I did it. I did it. What's that? Oh, it's one of the... I got it. Now we gotta make it home. White flowers. Give. Boop. Not that one. Boop. What if plants like regrow like randomly? Be nice. You have some kind of grudge against daisies? No, I need them to make this wall that I want. I need the white petals to dye clay. So I've been harvesting a lot of them so I can make the walls that I want. Let's see. What is the best way to get home? Just gotta go. Oh, I should go this way. Straight this way. Sometimes I get confused and think the lavender is onions for some reason. I think because sometimes in games they make the tips of them purple. Horses. Little horses for the bear. I officially have 100. I think I'll just swim across. I feel like the plants might respawn. Like, it might be random, but, like, I'm not fucking with that bear. There we go. Look at all this corn. I don't mind if I do. Corn. Big corn. Give me that life essence from the corn. Maybe. Let's check if there's fall damage. Ow, there is. Leave me alone, snake. Oh, leave me alone, snake. Oh, leave me alone, snake. I'm not fucking with them wolves. Them wolves can stay the fuck over there. I wonder what the chalk does. Or if there's any plans for chalk. Or like, maybe they'll make statues. But we have pottery. We have like clay and stuff. Far away is the home. Well, if I keep going the wrong way, it'll be much, much further. The edge of a beautiful shining tune. How much? 74. I need to cut down a few more trees. So inside. Mouse. Hello, little mouse. Horses. What's that? What is this? Pumpkin. Oh, eggplant. Eggplant. I don't have eggplants. What is this? Oh, hello. Oh, it's a trader. Wait, what? What the fuck? Oh, cool. Oh, it's like a little village. It's so cool. Oh, I'm sorry, I took all their plants. 3 chops to fully disintegrate tree? Exactly. What is this guy going on? He's running away. What are you doing? Hello? Hello? Oh? Okay, bye. Look like goblin? I think, yeah, they're supposed to be like a goblin-esque race. Where is home? Fuck off, crabs. Goblins normally have treasure. That's fair, but I'm a peaceful explorer. chevron tank. Oh, the fishies. Swim around underwater. What is this? A copper? It's copper. Maybe we're dying. What else is underwater? Oh, is that a fish I've seen? It's a green fish. I think I've seen that fish. There's one over here. I think this is a puffer fish. It's a puffer fish. I'll be honest, this looks like charcoal, and from a distance, it looked like I burnt everything down when I left. Which would have been very troublesome. We got a bunch of stuff now. Alright. Time to make all the white clay. Craft all. Yippee! And now I can make these, but I need more hardwood. So that might be a thing for next. This one. Any other foods? I don't think so. Plants. This plant. Oh, actually the blue petals can go in here. Extra white petals. I have one more clay. Hold on, what? Oh, do I need multiple clay to make one? White clay? I need two, okay. You look like a vine tonight. I like that everything has a different sound. Give me my fucking sticks back, man. I have essence now, though. Hi, Orwell. How are you doing? What else can I make? Yeah, so the eternal ones kind of just stay forever. That's cool. Hi, hello. I don't know how much stuff we need because I need to wait for the stuff to grow to know how much we need. I will make the wood though. Craft 92. Let's craft most of that. Yeah. The trees are still small. Cute. Yeah, we're just playing some hightail. Just relax and playing hightail. Hope you're having a lovely jubbly day. Oop. Oh fuck, we're almost done with the floor. So close. Oh, I don't have my hammer. I do not. Two. 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. Am I doing that wrong? I think I am. I think it needs to be like that. Yeah. We almost made it to 20 minutes before Cures. I convinced my friend to go roller skating in the mall with me today. We almost made it 20 minutes before security. Wait, why did security tell you to stop? What were you doing? What were you doing, you hooligan? What do you mean they told you to stop? What were you doing? Don't tell me if it's illegal, though. If it's something illegal, don't tell me. I need to have plausible deniability. Roller skating in the mall? Oh, you mean like you didn't, there wasn't a roller skating place, huh? You mean you just actually went roller skating in the mall? What the fuck? That sounds kind of fun though. Like, malls are like the perfect like floor texture for that, isn't it? There we go. This is getting there. This is getting there. It's pretty empty. It looked like The Last of Us. And they still, I mean, I guess it makes sense that they have security. I guess it makes sense that they'd have security. Go. I think I need two more, the corn ones? Yeah. Need corn. And get the life essence. Need 2 more corn? Yeah, 2 more corn. 2 more corn. Ain't I'll just plant this normal one for now. 2 more of those, and then let's see. I think these are all eternal. So I need to make, depends, I think. The marble floor would be too slippery. I would imagine it was fun though. Skating in a semi-abandoned mall is a vibe. That is a vibe. I don't know, I think it'd be fun. I think it would be fun. That there. Alright, so we now need to make wheat's good. Let's make cabbage. More life essence. 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I craft all? I can only craft 1? Oh, I need more lettuce. I need 4 lettuce. No, my lettuce. Oh, I guess I made stuff with it. Carrots? Carrot? 15 carrots per one? Oh, it needs carrots. I thought it just needs seeds. Okay, so that means I'm gonna have to make a separate batch of seeds versus 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. So these are gonna be my stock of ones that I want to make eternal. Exactly what I want and who I want to be. Alright, what can I make with the essence I have left over then? Make more cabbages? Cabbages. Gotta till the land. Oh, Jesus Christ! I knew it! I knew it! Get out of my farm! Come here, asshole. Come here, asshole. Rude. I'll just plant the rest of these. 1, 2. I think. There. Walk and talk like a machine. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you're a little dry. You're a little dry. Everybody's good and wet. I harvested you. Okay. Alright. I think this is probably what we'll stop for today. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Let's go find somebody to raid. Let me just boop, 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 boop. And I hope you guys had a wonderful day. And tomorrow we'll be back with a little bit of art, I think is the plan. A little bit of art and then a little bit of art and my goodness. Repo collab with new friends, and then maybe some Hytale or Minecraft. Probably Hytale though. Depends on how we're feeling. It was fun. I'm glad you had fun. Here is the raid. Oh, I did that bad. That was bad. My bad. There you go. And here's the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from. Thank you everyone for the raids. Thank you everyone for hanging out, the support, the bits, the subs. I appreciate it a lot. I hope you have a good time with Gore, who is doing art. But I love you guys so much. Mwah. Have a great night. Have a good night, boys. Good night, Kiwi. Good night, Orwell. Good night, everybody. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Have a wonderful night, and I will see you tomorrow.